Yeah, she's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6 wrongful, 2-1 try to get shot.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Temporary with thanks. Anyone else close, wait to zero, so let me know. First number. 10-4.
2-1 try to get shot.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Temporary with thanks. Anyone else close, wait to zero, so let me know. 10-5, I'll be back. 33.
3-3. Can you let us supervise know that location report with an arrest attached?
1830.
Yeah, possible Sheridan and Wilson.
First number. 10-4. Miss Wilson? 37 Wilson.
Good morning. Whoa, the music.
Hello.
Hold on. There we go. Good morning.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Still feeling like crap, but I was
Still,
like, yeah, still. Still. But I wanted to get on. This is a very important day for, I think, not just the 4 victims that we showed at the beginning, but also for the court proceedings as well. It's about the investigative genetic genealogy, and it's something that is very, it's key to the case, but I've always kind of felt that it's probably one of the least important, because it can be, and the reason I mean that, because usually DNA is the most important, but the reason I'm saying that is based off of the technology and the way that it was used in order to charge somebody with a quadruple unaliving. It was one of those things that I said would be the easiest to argue in court. And that's why I always said I felt it was the least important, because, you know, when it comes to, we went through a lot of the shows too. We, you know, when we first heard about the DNA on the sheath, you know, the inside of the button. To me, it was always one of those things where it's like, hey, somebody could have pawned a freaking a sheath, even not necessarily a knife, but a sheath. They could have pawned a sheath, and you know, that's why I said back then, like, it changed forever how I went shopping, because I'm one of those window shoppers, you know. I like walking by and I like picking something up and taking a look at it, even if I'm not interested in buying it. I just always like doing that. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna stop picking stuff up.
Yeah.
I'm proud.
no time.
Yeah, like and it really did. It changed how I shopped. Because it's like, dang, even the person that is like the face of it, CC Moore, the face of that kind of technology, she says it herself. It's a tool that's used to exonerate, not convict, you know, to get people off. It's not used to convict somebody because of the technology that she considers it.
It's cutting out a little bit for you. I don't know if it's just me. Can chat here?
Am I cutting out for you?
That sounds better.
Here, let me close some of these tabs out.
Too busy.
Okay. Who knows? It might be the internet. I don't know. Is it cutting out? Is it?
Sounds okay now. It was just there. I didn't hear what you said off to CC more.
She's like she's the face of that technology. She's the face of the, not the technology, but the sorry, I'm still sick. Yeah. The science, you know. And she said she doesn't even call it a science. She calls it an art, because you're manipulating DNA to come up with a profile. You're recreating it, so to speak, in a way. And you know, when she would discuss about the amount of tests that would have to be run, and you can't just run a test and throw it in the garbage and run another one. You have to like run the test, have all of them together to be able to get to where you're trying to get to when it comes to getting a profile of a particular individual. And so when the prosecution always said, we don't have the papers, we didn't save the stuff, we just have the connection, that was always odd to me too. So it's very important, especially when it comes to somebody's freedom if they didn't commit the crime. There's something going on right now with Delphi, where there was a confession. Well, not a confession, but there was an interview that came out with Ron Logan where he told them, you ain't never going to be able to prove that I did it. And there's always been a lot of interesting things when it came to Ron Logan in Delphi. It was his property that the girls were found on. You know, there's a lot of people felt that Logan was the bridge guy, or had taken part in it, in the kidnapping and the unaliving of Abby and Livy. But now to hear that, now to hear that this interview's coming out, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa, who says you ain't gonna be able to get it, to get enough to, so it's kind of one of those things where it's like, come on, man, I know there's a lot of public opinion. We see it nowadays. You see people that are talking shit left and right, and you see the kind of non-attention span of a lot of them, because it's like, yo, if you just took the time, I don't even think you'd be saying that shit. And so you got to look at, the public opinion of whatever community, whatever area, whatever genre, whatever. There's a lot of public opinion and not enough attention span. And so that can be very dangerous when it comes to the court system. And what it seems like, in my opinion, has tried to be public opinion from the first day. Just after everything's come out, after we've dug into it, gone out there, boots on the ground, and kind of been there from the beginning. It was the case that turned this channel into a true crime channel. We were just a talk show for a week or so, maybe 2 weeks. I remember I tried to do my first show right around Halloween, and my computer went to hell, and then I had to try and find a new one. So it was like a week and a half before Idaho 4 crime took place, and it was just kind of one of those things where when the police weren't coming out and having press conferences right away, which you usually see, it was 3 days later they come out with a press conference and it's like, okay, this don't make sense, you guys. And then as things started to progress in the case and we continued to talk about it, it's like, I got to talk about it. None of this stuff makes sense on how all this stuff went down, whether it was how law enforcement showed up, how the non-containing of the scene, whether it was the crime scene or outside of the crime scene, the rush to judgments, and then you look at the way that they do court over there too. There's a lot of, we're going to throw a bunch of charges at people, and most of the time they're going to take plea deals. You know what I'm saying? Even though they might not have done it.
Yeah, that was something that was kind of eye-opening for me as well, because I mean, I wasn't very familiar with your guys' court system or how cases really work. Like, that was the first case that I ever really got interested in, where I was like, is this how it's supposed to work? And then when I started looking at it, I was like, no, because I mean, we don't have the same kind of like sophisticated technology. Like, you wouldn't really have heard of IGG or something if it were a South African case. So I was interested, but I was also like, why does this seem so weird? So in the same way, I wouldn't have had a channel without it either. It's something that, like, there's a point in that case where everybody wants to look at it again. It's like, wait, what? It just doesn't fully make sense.
No. Is that the first? What was is that? What made you decide to create your channel? I had just created mine, and it was just going to be a talk show. And then as we started getting into this, it's like, I got to talk about this. This is not. If this was me, I would want somebody bringing this stuff up, regardless, because we used to get, in the very beginning, we got bashed for a long time saying the stuff that we were saying, and then as time has gone on, it's like, well, yeah, that ended up being right, because I never even had like true intentions on it. I mean, for the longest time, I was like, it's not a true crime channel, people. This is a talk show. And I kind of miss those days, the whole talk show stuff. But that's why we're doing this stuff at the lounge. If you haven't seen it, we did our first morning show over there. I'm going to be doing some night shows, some morning shows, just talk shows over there. Go check it out. And thank you again for joining for that too. But
that was really fun. Thank you.
It was. I have so many more. I have so many more topics to talk about on the next one. Some serious, some funny. But definitely. And I think tomorrow, I know there's a court hearing. There's a court hearing tomorrow for Idaho for this, right? I know there's a court hearing tomorrow. But is it closed off to the public? Is that?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. If it's, because I'm either going to be live over here for the court hearing tomorrow, and if not, I'm going to be over at the lounge doing a morning show. So either way, I'm going to be live, whether I'm sick or not feeling good. I wanted to hop on this morning because, number one, it's important to cover this court hearing, and number two, I miss you guys, and I wanted to, if I can stream for a couple hours in the morning and then sleep all day, because I thought I woke up feeling better again today, just like yesterday, and I'm realizing fairly quickly I'm feeling like crap still. I think I need to take some medicine. But out of that, when it comes to your channel, is that what kind of made you want to make a true crime channel, or was it something else?
Yeah. No, I had been studying forensics at university for only like a year, and I never ever imagined I would have a channel. It was just because of Idaho 4 and like watching other channels that I was like, I mean, maybe I can offer like a foreign perspective on this as well. And I kind of felt like it was a good challenge having studied forensics. So
yeah,
it was purely Idaho 4. I never really thought about a channel before that, to be honest. It was like I had family who was watching the Idaho 4 case, and I wasn't watching it like as early as them. They were saying, you need
Oh
to watch this
wow.
case. And I was like, no, later. And
Oh
then when I
wow.
did, yeah.
Wow, that's
So I came
crazy.
late. Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's how I came across your channel way back then. Yeah, it was gosh, that was how long has it been since
It's been over a year. You first messaged me, I think it was like November.
Yeah.
So November here, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's been
So
quite a
now-
while.
Yeah.
So I want to say contribution call out here real quick as well, and I'm sorry if my mind, it's like I said, I'm still sick. I can't even, so I'm probably going to be in and out. If that makes sense. But I'm here. I'm trying. In a couple hours, I don't know. Fly girl. I'm trying, you guys. I'm trying.
You're
Fly
fine.
girl
You're doing
517 contribution call out. Good morning, CJ baby angel. She's all loving that. I got her another bed for Christmas, and it's like yeah. Because she was, when I got her other one, you know, she was so tiny. She was like this tiny, you know, she was so tiny. But the bed was like huge for her, you know, and then I was like, I went out and I'm like, I want to get her a new bed and some toys for Christmas. And then they had this one like extra poofy, like it's like wool, lamb, fur, whatever, like inside of it. It's like, it's a princess bed, that's for damn sure. But she loves that thing. She doesn't like, she's like, I'm done with the feet, I'm going to my princess bed, because she always used to sleep on my feet or underneath my feet or next to my feet or something, and now she moved up to the princess bed. So Beach Bell, good morning to you. Thank you. Contribution call out member for 6 months, member for 7 over there, and member for 19. It's been 26. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm just ever since this weekend, it's just I feel better, and then it's like boom, I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's
you need to rest.
just during the medicine. Yeah, I've been sleeping a lot. But it's hard to focus, you know. That's why I'm over. I did something at the lounge last night. That's why I'm over there, because like literally I could be loopy brain and play, you know, watch a reaction video or play a game or something. But when it comes to like specific facts and information and stuff like that, that's why I haven't really been on here, is because my mind, the last thing I want to do is put out some kind of information that's not correct, because my mind isn't you know, I would just I'd feel bad. So
I think people don't always realize like streaming is actually exhausting. Even if you're just sitting still, it's for some reason the concentration is a lot. So it's difficult when you're sick.
Yeah, and I don't want to state one thing and it's actually this and this, you know, just because my mind is like, because I don't know what kind of bug this is, but I'm telling you right now, like my mind, there's no focus to it. I just can't. It's hard to keep focus with this sick bug. I don't know. It's a weird one. But here, I want to put this up for y'all too. I want to say thank you for being a part of the community. Now, Steve and Christy came out and talked last night. I don't know, or I should say yesterday. Has anybody seen that interview with the Consalvases? They talked to They talked to a local TV station. It's just, I'm sure they have more of a clip of it, but it's just for a minute and something on here. And there's some other things I wanna get through when it comes to this topic before the court hearing. So the court hearing's gonna be starting in about 33 minutes. And I'll be checking on that. So if you guys notice it starts before me, please let me know. Cause like I said, I'm sick as hell. Yeah, stay safe, Yoli. Stay safe, Yoli. Yeah, the fires. I don't understand it. There's people pretending to be firefighters, setting fires out there on purpose. It's like, what the hell is wrong with people?
Yeah, that makes no. I didn't realize until recently that people were saying it was on purpose.
Yeah,
why do such a thing?
I don't understand it. I mean, have you guys seen the fires that have just started since yesterday, last night?
No.
Look, this is live.
That's great. That's wonderful.
Oh, hold on. Whoops. Hold on 1 second. This is let me go back to it. This was this morning here.
To continue to see these wildfires being battled right now, and you've heard them mention the Pacific Palisades. Residents heading back there, as that created a lot of devastation. But as of right now, there are 5 fires they are still working to contain. The Palisades fire is one of them. As of right now, that is at 70%.
So all over there, and then this is what. Where'd it go? This is what it's looking like here. Oh my gosh, where'd it go?
And then again, I need to follow.
No, they had other pictures. Sorry, I was watching it this morning because I've been up for a while. I was watching it this. Right here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at these. Look at that fire, man.
I've never seen anything like that. I mean, that's
20,000 residents last night were forced to evacuate.
Shame.
500 acres and over 5,000 in just 2 hours. This is nuts. Look at that. It's like you're on the damn sun.
Yeah, it's like you actually can't believe what you're seeing is real. It does look like the sun.
Can you imagine? Yeah. People are saying individuals are starting the fires. And the winds. The winds coming off the mountains from the west coast, the winds coming off the mountains are just roaring down into Los Angeles, California area, and a little teeny ember can just turn into that in a matter of seconds.
Well, I'm glad that Yoli is safe.
Yeah, stay safe, please, and keep us updated. She was gonna join us this morning. And I'm going to be doing more because the trial's going to be amping up here pretty soon in just a few months. And so, what's up, Matthew? What's up, everybody? Thank you. I'm going to be doing a lot more Idaho 4 shows. I'm going to be doing a couple Sebastian. There's not that much. I mean, there's not that much coming out, but we're still going to stay on that topic. There's still things to work on, but I am going to be gearing up a lot more Idaho 4 with the trial coming up and all the stuff that we've worked on. And I mean, I even went out there, boots on the ground. If you're new to the community, we even went out there for a week during the year anniversary and did a lot of stuff out there too. So this is one of the videos. Scary to remember being back then.
Must be, yeah.
Yeah, Caddy was on a Discord chat with me while I was going there for the first time, and it was definitely creepy for both of us, because
Yeah.
it's one of the it's not the first case that I went boots on the ground, but it's the first one that I went all the way out there. I was there for a week. It was you know, it was it was definitely an experience, because
I can imagine, yeah.
when you're studying the case and you're looking at Google Images, and this is why it's important to be able to go out on location and take footage as well, as because when we were going into the case and we were using Google and all this stuff, once I got out there and actually felt the different changes in elevation, and I felt what it was like to be there and be in the parking lot behind the house and see and you're actually there, like driving down this road and realizing how skinny it was, and how somebody that's leaving the crime at a high rate of speed doesn't really make any sense, because if they were, they would have hit some of this stuff. I mean, you see how close this whole area is. And so it was the first case that I went out to boots on the ground where I sat there and I went, whoa, this is way different than Google. This is it was so scrunched compared to what it might seem like on Google, because you're looking at it from the top, you're looking at it from the street view, but when you're actually like right there, you're like, holy hell, this is not it changes your perception of the area, because at first you thought it was this distance. It looked so far away. The parking lot looks so far away from the house, but then when you're actually in the parking lot and you're like, holy heck, it's like a quarter of what I thought it would be. It's very important.
Yeah. That was the main reason I was so interested in hearing more about your incel theory in the beginning, because it's really like a lot of people can speak about whatever they want when it comes to a case, but it's really different, like having stood there. Like there isn't a comparison to doing that.
Yeah, and this is why I did it, KB. Like, I actually have a humongous fear of flying. It's like it's very terrifying for me to be on a plane. Like, even before I even get on there, as soon as I start walking on that damn walkway from the airport to the plane, that little walkway in between, that's when all the stuff just starts going right, like and man, just thinking about it. But that's why it was like when the FBI came out there on Halloween, in 2023 Halloween, the FBI came out there to like rescan the inside of the house. And it was like, why are they rescanning the inside of the house? They already scanned the inside of the house just like a few weeks after the crime had taken place. They had brought a company in to scan. Maybe it was a week and a half after. They brought somebody in to scan it, and they even promoted it on News Nation back then. the 3D technology, but it really looked like Nintendo 64 graphics. It wasn't that great. And I'm like, wow, it's 2023. So when they went back out there on Halloween, almost a year later from when the crime, I was like, wait a minute, you guys, this is weird. And that's when I'm like, and the university came out and said, we're not gonna demolish it during, while students are in session. And so the perception was, and they put out the perception that they were gonna wait until the next summer to tear it down. And I'm like, no, they want this thing torn down ASAP. They wanted this thing torn down from the very beginning, because remember, just a couple months after the crime took place, they wanted to start tearing down that house, and they kept having to back off of it because of public pressure. Public pressure's like, what? Huh? You're trying to tear it? Okay, never mind. We won't tear it down. They kept throwing it out there. We want to tear it down. We're going to tear it down. And then public pressure would make them back off of that. And that happened throughout the whole summer even. There was a few times, just a couple months after the crime took place, they were already, we're going to tear it down. No, you can't. The parents. No, you can't. The parents. No. But once they started getting into the summer and then the new school year started, they're like, shoot, well, we can't tear it down until the students aren't around. And so everybody was thinking, oh, it's going to be the summer. And when I seen the FBI come back out there on Halloween, I was like, no, they're going to tear this thing down during the break. And they're going to do it around the same time, or there was some kind of connection with Kohberger. They're gonna take that little, that little knife and just twist it, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree. Smart move.
Yeah, I'm like, they're gonna tear it down. So I had no choice. I literally, Halloween was when they came out there. I was literally in Idaho. 9 days later. That's how quick. Yeah, 9 days. On the 8th was when I arrived in Idaho. It was 9 days later from when I saw FBI. Because when I saw FBI do that, I was like, screw my fear. I gotta go out there and get this footage before they tear this house down, because it's gonna it how can you explain, and you brought it up a minute ago about the incel theory, and I didn't even think about the incel theory until I went out there and was in that parking lot behind the house for the first time, and I was like, holy hell. No, this is somebody that, that's when the incel theory came in. You brought up the Elliot Rogers stuff way back then when we were discussing the incel theory. And we did I would say a little mini deep dive on the Elliot Rogers stuff. If you guys aren't familiar, just type in EvilleCJ, Rosee, Elliot Rogers. I don't have the links on hand, but it'll pop up. You'll see. We did, and we still have plenty more to go into with that. We should, actually.
I think so, yeah.
We should, because there's a lot of stuff we didn't even get into. But it was back then, it was important, because how can you describe the incel theory without showing how close it is to the house? And I'll show you guys a little bit of footage here real quick. This is how close you are from the house. I just got out of the vehicle. Okay. Here, I'll show you. Let's see, I'll show you this one. Well, here, let me show this one. This is at night in the back. And so what you can see is right now, this is me parked right behind the house at nighttime before the demolition. So you see the darkened part of the video off to the right. That's where the house is at. But look, you guys can see. Whoops, hold on one second. you guys can see you guys can see you got Sigma Chi way in the top middle left is Sigma Chi. You can see Sigma Chi from this parking lot. You can see Taylor Avenue. You can see King. You can see Queen. You can see the whole freaking neighborhood, people, and there's only one access in and out of this area right here. I'm talking Queen Road, I'm talking King Road, I'm talking the apartments, I'm talking this parking lot back here. You literally can see, okay, ain't nobody coming in. I got time to make it to the house and ain't nobody gonna see me getting in it. I got time to go down to the house and jump up on the 3rd floor deck and ain't nobody going to be driving by seeing me do it. But at the same time, you can see, and I'll show you a daytime video too. You can see how close you are, not only to there, but also to Queen Road. And when I'm sitting there going, you got students just coming back. You got students just coming back from a quarantine of COVID. They're already isolated. Does that help an incel? No, it don't. It just makes things worse when they're forced to go back out into the public, forced to park in this spot when they go home, and forced to see and hear all of the fun stuff that's going on next door, and also forced to hear it through their windows when they have the windows open and they got the sounds of the partying and the fun and the screaming coming through very easily. Because you guys remember, there's how many calls, noise complaints that took place at 1122? Quite a bit. And anybody that parks in that section of the parking lot parks in this section of 1122. And there's been some very, I would say, interesting individuals that lived in the section of Queen Road apartments that you're seeing right there. And literally all they have to do is hop down, walk across the street, not very far. You got plenty of cover. You got bushes all over. You jump down, you hop up the 3rd floor deck, you're in and you're out. Now this will show you. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just agreeing with you. I mean, I think that's pretty much irresistible for an incel. That kind of access and that resentment building up.
And look at how dark it is with my headlights on. You can see the lights in the bushes. Look above the bushes and look off to the right. It is so dark up there. You're talking the northern part of the world, northern part of the world, and then it's tilted for wintertime in November. It is so dark up there. And this will show you how somebody that committed this crime is not leaving the scene of the crime at a high rate of speed out of this. There's no way.
And I mean, sorry. Just in terms of the high rate of speed as well, I mean, I don't feel that whatever was described in the PCA by Dylan Mortensen and how that person left, that doesn't sound like they were in a rush and about to embark on a high rate of speed either. They were walking. It just doesn't feel like it fits either.
Look at how close I am. If I'm leaving at a high rate of speed, I'm hitting that dumpster. Yeah. There's no way I'm leaving at a high rate of speed, especially if I want to get away. What do I want to do? The first 10 seconds I take off, get in an accident, and then all of a sudden I'm effed because I'm getting caught for committing the crime? No. You might hit this pole or the bushes. Look at how close I am to the bush. I just don't see this at a high rate of speed, especially when it's this dark. But
Sure.
You'll see.
That's a good point.
The last thing, I'm sorry. I will, if I'm leaving the scene of the crime, I'm going to make sure I don't hit nothing. Not that I have to go 5 miles an hour, but you see me right there. I'm like, you don't know if a car's coming up this road. You don't know if a car's turning up that road. You see how little room you have when you're leaving this. Like, when I was there, literally, whenever I was driving through Pullman, plenty of space on the roads. Whenever you're driving through Moscow, and anybody that's been there can tell you this, whenever you're driving through Moscow, you continually have to think, okay, what am I going to do if another car comes the opposite direction? Constantly, because look, there is no room on these roads. There's one lane. You can see from the leaves on your screen on the ground. There's parking, and then there's basically one lane. So you're not going to leave at a high rate of speed. You can't see who's coming up to the left now. So how do I know if a car's coming up or not? The thing is if a car is coming up, their headlights ain't going to show because it doesn't go uphill at that moment. Right there, it starts to go like flat and then uphill. So you don't even know if a car's coming yet because the headlights are going to hit the road before it. Look at how close I am to this bush. You think I'm going to leave at a high rate of speed? And then look at how little room we have right here. Again, how am I supposed, where am I supposed to go? Or how am I going to maneuver this vehicle if I don't, if another car's coming in the opposite direction? And it's not even this
and one
road.
thing we do know. No, I'm just saying, like, I hadn't even thought about the headlights, though. But like one thing that we do know about whoever committed this crime is that, unfortunately, they are smart. I mean, these are things that would occur to them as well. The high rate of speed has never made sense to me either. Sorry, there's a storm coming in. I'm going to quickly go and close up my flat. This was a surprise.
Okay. No problem. Yeah, squished in Moscow. And then here's some of the footage of me showing, I have a different clips showing how close it is. I got out of the vehicle during the daytime one time. I got out of the vehicle and I'm like, this is crazy. This is so close.
Wow, that house is actually pretty close too. 1126.
You see how close the house is? All I did was step out of the vehicle.
Both of them.
You see how close all 1126 is to 1122? It is so scrunched up when you're there.
Like real right up close.
Look at how close I am to. I could see everything. I could see. All I have to do is take a couple steps to the left. I can see everything going in through those sliding glass doors. I can see through the bedroom windows. I have the best view to sit there and peek, right? Think about it. Look at that. And literally, you can just couple feet down, couple steps down to the bottom right. There's bricks, there's landscaping bricks, there was bricks laying everywhere. Take a brick, take a brick, take a brick, step on it, lunge yourself up the third floor deck, gain access, and then you're waiting in the room for people to come home. Why do you think somebody heard somebody playing with the dog first? Because I feel like they were hiding in that third floor room where Kaylee stayed or was and where the dog was at. I think they hid in that room, gained access into that room, and that's how they gained access to commit the crime.
Let's get some footage.
Here's another video. Here's another video. Look at how close it is. So when you're looking on Google and you're like, dang, this is so far apart, right? But no, you literally get out of your vehicle and look at how close it is. Look at how close the cement slab is. You guys seen the slab on the body cam footage? That's how close it is.
Yeah, it's all so close. It's also scrunched up. Look, there's the pad.
Look, all I did was take a couple steps to the left and look at how close that slab is. And guess what? Nobody can see you at nighttime with all the bush inside of the house.
Yeah.
Look at how, I mean, come on now. Literally a couple feet, a couple steps, and I'm right there at the slab. At the slab.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
So close, so scrunched up. I need to have a footage show sometime where, because there's so much footage I haven't shown from when I went out there, just the PCA route, you know, stuff like that. I do have some footage shows where I've gone through, you know, different things, especially the PCA route, because there's so many security cameras. And to say that there was no photo, I'm calling BS, because I already broke it down. I already did the PCA route turn by turn exactly and point out all the security cameras that exist. And I was just lowballing it. I'm sure there's more that I didn't see.
Right. I think you should do that. That's a good idea. Footage show.
Do some footage shows. Let me write that down. Even if I'm sick, I can do a footage show.
Yeah.
And
it's a good refresher as well.
Oh, man. All right, court hearing is going to start in a minute. This is an interview from the Consalvis family. Speaking ahead of the hearing, they spent $5,000 going down there to go to the court hearing, and they had to watch it from outside of the courthouse. And I don't know, I'm kind of questioning the 5,000, to be honest with you, because, you know, flights are expensive, last minute, right? All of those different things, right? But I just brought up about the whole trip to Idaho, how 9 days later I landed on Idaho soil after seeing the FBI go there on Halloween to rescan the inside. That was a last minute flight. I was there for a week, not just a day. I was there for a week. That whole trip out to Idaho cost $3,500 just for the tickets, for the plane tickets. Just for the plane tickets. So I don't see how it can cost them $5,000 to fly from northern Idaho to Boise, from Coeur d'Alene to Boise, and they're only going to be there for a day. How in the hell does it cost $5,000? I don't understand it, but I'm just letting you all know. Mine was 9 days notice. All right. And that was just for the flight. That didn't count the hotel and the vehicle.
That is interesting. I didn't realize that that's how much it costs for you.
Yeah, when I heard $5,000, I'm like, dang. I'm like, well, if I'm spending that, I would have double checked. Number one, you know.
Yeah.
It's not like it's the trial. I know you want to be there, but damn, $5,000, you know, that can go a long way to the trial when the trial comes up, because you're going to need it for the trial, right? But then I started thinking, $5,000, my shit. And they just went from northern Idaho to southern Idaho, and I went all the way across the country. Like, what?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because at first I thought maybe it's because it's two people, but that doesn't make sense, because the distance is so different. Like, how?
You're talking like an hour flight.
Yeah.
You know, it's not so I don't know. We'll check it out. I don't know. I don't know what they do. I don't know. I understand Maddie's dad, because you know he doesn't have a shit ton of money, but you look at the Consalvases, they got a bunch of money, and it's like, okay,
Yeah, okay.
you know, but I don't know. Maybe they rent. I don't know. Did they rent a house? I have no idea. All right, this is them from yesterday.
And starting tomorrow, Brian Kohberger.
And thank you all for being here. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. And I apologize if I'm loopy brain today. I'm just still sick as hell and I'm trying.
Kohberger's attorneys will argue certain pieces of evidence should not be admitted at trial. That includes that investigative genetic genealogy we just mentioned, items taken from his apartment, car, and parents' home, and his online footprint. The defense says that evidence should be excluded because of alleged police misconduct. Ahead of those proceedings, the parents of victim Kaylee Gonzalez, well, they're speaking out about it.
It's hard. It's really hard to be, just shut out of everything every time. And we just want answers.
We want people to see the justice. We want them to see the evidence, and then they support us. You know, the last thing we've talked about is we don't want to get to a convicted and he's on death row, and then we have to deal with these clowns that are going to say he's forever innocent because of some stupid particular thing that was hidden from the public.
So, okay, we're gonna pause that real quick here.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't there. I don't know if he's guilty or not. Okay, but what I do know is when people want to keep secrets, it's usually for a reason. And it's not some stupid little thing when it could be you. This is what I have to say. Mr. Gonzalez, what if it was you behind bars? And this was the same thing that was taking place. I understand he wants justice for his daughter, but what is justice for your daughter, Mr. G? Justice for your daughter is the right individual that committed the crime. That's getting justice. What injustice is if somebody is convicted based off of secrets. Because then if that person later on gets the conviction gets overturned because of some kind of evidence that's used to exonerate people, well then you're like way away from justice at that point, because how often does it take place where if somebody's wrongfully convicted, what's the percentage that you're actually going to catch the right person? It goes way down. It goes way down. So it's why they say, measure twice. Because you want to make sure. Because if you have to redo it, the result usually ends up not being very good. And so, I understand where he's coming from. He wants I feel bad for them because I've kind of felt like they were, if you guys remember in the very beginning, they were the ones that were coming out with information before law enforcement. That the law enforcement had to go to Steve G and be like, yo, slow it down. You're on the right path, but you're just way ahead of us. We have to cross our T's and dot our I's and this and that. And I feel like they were giving them a bamboozle. They were like, look, man, we got all this stuff. Trust me, public opinion. And they have no choice but to keep going with it because think about it. The state of Idaho has been so hardcore about Kohberger, but they don't want to show nothing. Right? It's almost like they have no choice but to 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 pray that he did it, so they could quote get justice, because they know, man, I don't know how you and then his wife, you guys saw just months ago where they interviewed Steve G and his wife Christy, and they asked him about Kohberger, and she was like, oh hell yeah, it's him, and he was like, I want to see more information. I just want the right person. You could see where he was at, and at the same time, as time has gone on, you could see her break down even more and more and more. And he's just, I have a feeling that he's just trying to save his wife. So he has no.
I think. Sorry, no, I do think that it's something like that, where he's been so heavily weighed down by the extent of everything and all of the time that it's taking, that it probably feels easier to just comply with agreeing as well. Because I mean, I don't know if the right word is like energy, but you can see the change. It's sad to add that on top of this terrible thing that's actually happened to them to begin with.
Well, it's happy wife, happy life. Can you imagine the arguments that would be taking place about Kohberger if they? We've seen her break down, like, it was crazy the last interview they did, and I can imagine what he's feeling, just trying to make sure he can hold her together too. It's got to be tough.
Yeah.
All right. It's just, I wanted to just say with that comment, I'm like, come on, man, it's nothing, just little.
Let it out. Let it all out. I know how strong this case is. This case is rock solid. This thing's a home run.
And that was just part of what the Gonzalez family had to say.
The case is a home run. I don't know about that.
There's a quote that I really like for this case. I can't remember if it's Plato or what, but it says, the greatest form of injustice is pretended justice. And that always reminds me of Idaho.
Yeah. The home run thing, I don't know. We'll talk after this court hearing is done. I kind of want to go more into what, and if anybody knows if there's a longer interview, because that's there, it wasn't just that little minute clip. If anybody knows of if anybody has a longer one, let me know. I think I might let this play through, take some notes. That way we can replay because they don't save it. So when the court hearing starts, I'm going to go ahead and hop in the back. I'm going to take some notes, and then we can discuss it when the court hearing's done. That way there's, if anybody, or if we need to go through it in the future, I can make sure that there's no commentary with it or whatever. So we'll still be here. But I'm going to make it so that way we can reuse it in the future if we need to. If they saved it, it'd be one thing. But law and crime and people like that, they get upset with you when you reuse theirs. So, hold on a second. 227. I think that's the one I just played. No, wait. No, it's not. Is this the same? Oh, it's another version. All right. Let's see. 1 hour ago. All right. So we'll still be here. I'm still going to type in chat with you guys. I'm going to take notes, though, and then we'll discuss some of it after here. And then I'm going to go more into that interview that we just seen, because slam dunk. Slam dunk. And based off of some little thing, I don't know. There's a couple things I want to hit on after that, because...
At the end of that video, they mentioned where the name of the show where you can find the full one, but I don't think it was available straight away. So, but they do say so.
Oh, cool. Yeah, if anybody has it, just send me the link. I need a new keyboard. My E quit working. It's driving me nuts.
The E.
Yeah.
And your name is EvilleCJ.
Yeah,
that one.
the E quit working, and the T is slowly starting to. It's only one. It's just a little $14 wireless keyboard at Walmart. One of these little things. Little thing. All right, let me see here. And there's some court documents as well. Order denying motion to unseal IGG suppression briefing and hearing. Order sealing defendant's supplemental witness list for motions hearing on 1/23/25, which is today. And then an order regarding the presentation of ICC evidence. But it's IGG. Huh. They put ICC on the list, but when you go into the court document, it's IGG. We'll go into those two.
Long week for some people.
Yeah. So this portion is closed. I think, wait a minute. So hold on a second. They're gonna isn't it supposed to be closed for a little bit this morning?
I believe so.
The thing is you can't pause it. So I'm in a tough position here because you can't pause it. Normally you can pause the live. You can't pause this. And so it's almost like we're probably just going to have to, I can't really necessarily show anything because as soon as they turn the camera on, they're already going to be going into the court hearing. They're already in the court hearing already as we're talking, I believe.
Yeah, so it'll be instant. Yeah.
Yeah, certain parts are going to be in and out today. So what I'll do is, we can commentate during the closed part. Let me see here. How am I wish you could pause it so I could.
Right. Yeah. That doesn't really make sense, but
here, we'll switch to this. You know what? Here, let me pull up the court feed on my phone. So then,
I was just doing that as well.
Yeah. So then I know when it pops on for sure. Let's see. Okay, so I got it live. All right, cool. We'll do that. That's what I'll do. All right, so this is a longer video. It might say the same thing, but we'll check it out some more. And I will go right to the. Oh, I don't want to miss it. I wish you could pause it. That's driving me nuts.
Sorry.
Normally you can. I don't know why I can't pause it. Normally you can pause the live. You know, you can go back. You can pause.
Yeah. Usually.
With this one, you can't even go back. There's no button to click to rewind either. So, here, let me rearrange my tabs too. All right, so this is from an hour ago. Thank you all for being here.
The man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students is back in court here in Boise this week. Judge Stephen Hippler denied a request from media requesting full access to the Kohberger hearings, which are scheduled to happen today and tomorrow. Attorneys on both sides of the case argued whether or not the public has the right to observe all of the proceedings in this case. Kohberger and his attorneys support making the hearings public, but the judge says that could make it difficult to find a jury before trial this summer.
Both parties' rights to a fair trial is paramount, as is the public's right to know. But I also have to weigh that against the ability to have a fair trial by getting a jury panel that has not been tainted by the publication of widespread publication of evidence that may not be admissible at trial.
Portions of the hearing that don't include information about investigative genetic genealogy evidence will be open. But Judge Hippler says the media and the public will not be allowed access when sensitive information is being talked about. And today, Kohberger's attorneys will argue that certain...
Which I think is a great decision. Because number one, when you're talking about IGG, it's... That's going to be, when it comes to this trial, that's going to be one of the most... I am so... After watching all the different experts on IGG and the art of it and how they do what they do and how did they get to the conclusions and the, all of the amount of work that goes into it, that's going to be one of the things that when it comes to this trial, I'm going to be so interested to learn about, because and I feel sorry for the jury, because think about it, we've watched as a community, we've watched so many hours. I'm thinking it's got to be like 20 hours of different experts about IGG, and it's still a lot to try and understand and take in. And I can imagine what it's going to be like for the jury, but it's kind of like when I started doing the OJ 25 miniseries that we were doing back then. And speaking of, I forgot about that. We gotta start doing more of those. It was the DNA battle with the OJ case. It was this huge DNA battle in the courtroom about this new technology and, and how it can, prove somebody's guilt and all these different, and it's going to be like this too, except it's a different kind of technology. And we're kind of like in that same part of time where it's like, oh shoot, this is some new technology and involves blood and connections and science and a new power when it comes to fighting crime and stuff like that. And it's going to be wild, this whole IGG stuff, but it should be open to the public. And yeah, when it comes to very sensitive materials, we don't need to know the very sensitive stuff. It's not our place. The families, sure. But when it comes to like the majority of it, yes, it should be open to the public, because this is a learning moment for everybody, even future judges, lawyers, future scientists, future, there's going to be the young generation watching this and like inspiring them to like, man, I need to do this or I need to do that just based off of this technology.
Yeah, and I do think that the reputation of DNA needs to change, in the sense that it can't be the be all and end all of a case. Like, it was the same with the Duke University lacrosse team scandal case.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just like put forward, okay, there's DNA, and it's so instinctual for people to just be like, okay, well, there's DNA, like, how can you fight that? But you can. It's really complicated. Like, I don't fully understand it myself. Like, I've tried, but I just don't. But I know that it's not as straightforward as, they want you to believe. It should be something that's challenged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting when it comes to the trial. It's crazy to think it's been so long since everything took place, and when we first thought the trial would maybe be in 24, into 24.
Yeah.
Summer 24, now it's 25, and now it's weird because back then it seemed so long ahead of us, and now it's just literally just a few months, and that's it.
Yeah.
Pieces of.
And I mean, it could. Sorry. No, I was just saying. I mean, it could have been that we would like knowing the start of the outcome now, but I guess it would have been rushed.
Yeah, I mean, especially with, I still feel it might be a little rushed, because of them not getting the discovery that they needed until Judge John Judge was putting out multiple deadlines for the prosecution to turn it in, and they finally just turned in a bunch of papers and was missing a lot of stuff still.
Yeah, they didn't take it seriously, in my opinion. But
I'm just glad Ann Taylor was able to stay on, even though it went to Boise. That was one of the things I was kind of concerned about. Because you needed, being here, being in this area with how small it is. I literally had to stay at a hotel, like a couple hours away, because there was no lodging. It was around Parents' Weekend, the anniversary, the 1-year anniversary of the crime, and there wasn't any lodging, and so I already felt when it came to a trial. Look, it's one thing, you still got the house. Guess what? The trial needs to stay there for the jury to be able to go to the house. But once they tore down that house, and how not equipped Moscow is to handle this kind of trial, it had to be moved. It had to be.
yeah.
But when it did get moved, I was glad to see it get moved, because it's like, man, I can't imagine what would be taking place, and to expect this kind of trial to be done in a month and a half. And if it wasn't, you would have been getting into the school time, and then who knows what accidents would have happened from overcrowding and this and that. Most people walk there, and so it was one of those things. It was nice to see it get moved, and then you started hearing, well, shoot, Ann Taylor might not be able to stay on, and that was one of the important things. I'm glad that she was able to, because you're talking, even if they don't have a lot of the discovery that they were requesting, or a lot of the discovery that they need or were asking for, you're talking about a lot of knowledge of stuff that has already been gone through from her team when it comes to all of the stuff that's there. And so that was one of the concerning things was, oh man, what if somebody new ends up having to take this on, and then all of a sudden they're starting back all the way back from January of 2023, when it came to the information and going through everything, and just the firsthand knowledge, when as soon as he got arrested in the end of December, as soon as he got arrested, she already had they were already having a cleaning crew. The morning that he was arrested, they had the cleaning crew out there ready to clean up the house. Like, they wanted that thing torn down ASAP.
Yeah, for sure.
Of evidence should not be admitted at the trial. That includes that investigative genetic genealogy, items taken from his apartment, his car, his parents' home, and his online footprint. The defense says the evidence should be excluded because of alleged police misconduct. And the parents of victim Kaylee Gonzalez are speaking out about that.
The truth will come out. What happened, What happened that fateful night to our daughter? And her best friend, as they were, in their bed. What happened? Yeah. Why?
You can't seal
Very
everything
dark.
and ask the public to be a part of the case. at one point you gotta stop sealing. And we've heard some of the Hippler's comments saying that not everything should be sealed that has been sealed, and we look forward to those things being brought to the public's attention, because the public needs to agree that everything's being done the way it should be done.
That's Steve and Christy Gonzalez. They are in Boise right now. They will be.
And that's good to know, you know, because it should be public. This is, oh my gosh, this is why you should never tie your emotions to a particular individual. And this is what I mean. Whether it's a relationship, a work relationship, a personal relationship, a lover relationship, or somebody that committed a crime against your loved one. You should never allow those people to control your emotions. You should never allow anybody to control your emotions. And it's scary to think, because you know Steve G. You know he's always questioned things from the beginning. Like I said in the very beginning, he was the one that was coming out on Fox News and Court TV and News Nation and dropping all these bombs because the police weren't doing nothing. And he was even saying, come on, I don't want to have to be the alpha here. You know, calling out law enforcement. When he sees the stuff that's going to be coming out to the public, what if? Because even though she's tied into Kohberger, it being Kohberger, no matter what, even if the evidence doesn't show it, you can tell it's just Kohberger or nothing. The dude could have no evidence tying him to the crime, and she would still be, it's Kohberger. But when it comes to Steve G, he's probably trusting, but what if this stuff that gets unsealed, what if all of a sudden it shows, oh man, there's a lot of questions here. Just like you said right there at the last part of that clip, you can tell he's saying the stuff like it, you know, it's a slam dunk and this and that, but at the end of that conversation, he's like, it should be out for everybody so everybody can see the truth. And I feel right there, that's where you saw a little bit of that old Steve G coming out, because like I said, I feel like a lot of it is there trying to protect his wife from falling apart, because she has her emotions tied in to it being Kohberger. I can't imagine he would be the one to question. Oh man, I don't know about this right now, because you know, I don't know about this. I don't know. Oh, it's him. I can imagine. I bet you he's gonna. I'm gonna call it right now, and everything that I've called in this case has came out true. Whether it was promotion, somebody retiring, all this other stuff. Even the demolition all the way back from back then. And I'm just going to say this right now. We've seen Steve G for the longest time be all the prosecution pom-poms is what I'm going to call them, right? The prosecution pom-poms. It's a slam dunk. SLAMDUNK, slam dunk, right? The pom poms. I bet you when some of this stuff, especially this stuff right here, because this right here, anybody's gonna think DNA, it's a slam dunk, right? Slam dunk,
Right.
DNA. But when this unsealing or this stuff comes out about this IGG, especially in the trial, but some of this stuff, you're going to sit there and go, wait a minute. This isn't necessarily a slam dunk. I thought it was a slam dunk at first, but then you start looking into the science of it and you're like, oh, hold on a minute. I think he's going to get to that same conclusion, especially when this IGG, because the cell phone and all this other, that can be battled. We've heard from Scott Reich for a long time that you can battle the cell phone data because it's not exactly pinpoint. You can literally be a distance away and it can be argued. But when it comes to the DNA, if they're there to if it's being shown, then it's like, oh my gosh, hold on a second. I can see him coming out being just like he was before law enforcement told him to back away a little bit. I bet you when this stuff starts to come out, whether it's during these hearings or during the trial, when this IGG stuff starts coming out and all the questions start going on in his head, just like it did with us, he's going to come out like he did back then and start putting the pressure on the prosecution big time like he did back then. You're going to see old Steve G come back out.
I do hope so. I really do. For the sake of this entire case, I hope so.
I just, it's one of these things where it's like, we see it in a lot of these communities too. They've been used to doing things for a long time a certain way. And all of a sudden, just like Micah Miller and John Paul Miller, it's just like this. These people would get away with stuff doing it their way for so long. And then all of a sudden, one day, the whole world is looking at you. And you're going, whoa, I used to get away with this stuff like this before. But now all of a sudden, the whole world's looking, shoot. And it's the same thing that took place over there. The same thing that took place over there. We've been used to... Go ahead.
No. I was just saying it will always come to light one way or another. There'll always be some kind of a crack, and people will look.
Yeah, because they've been used to, like I said, when you look at their old court cases, they've been used to throwing a bunch of charges at people, getting plea deals, and then later on, people would get exonerated, or they would throw all these charges at people, hoping for a conviction or a plea deal. Public opinion, the facts would come out. They wouldn't get charged. These people would actually get acquitted. And their response was, we're not going to go and try and pursue the person that the jury thinks committed this crime because we feel we showed enough evidence based on the facts to support the person that unfortunately they didn't convict as the person that committed the crime. They don't even care about going out there and finding the real perpetrator. Even if the person gets acquitted, because they feel like they were the ones that did the crime. They don't care about a conviction. They just like the public perception. Look, hey, you guys, we're the one. Listen, just like they said to the reporter after Ann Taylor's 2017 acquittal in the same court system. They said the same thing, to a local reporter. Look, we're sorry that the jury disagrees, but we feel that there's enough evidence to show that this person committed the crime, and we're not gonna go pursue other leads in the future when it comes. And I'm like, how do you straight up tell the public that you're not gonna pursue other leads after somebody was acquitted? Here's this is from a long time ago. This is probably a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago. Here's a video link for you. You can check it out. I go through Ann Taylor's 2017 acquittal, and then I talk a little bit about was it called for an unconscious person when it comes to the 911 call. That's another thing we brought up back then, because we showed you that somebody that's is in the midst of an OD can be labeled as an unconscious person, so that way it protects the person that's calling in for reporting an OD. And you've heard about what could possibly be taking place back then. There was a lot of that kind of talk, and it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, they can be labeled as an unconscious person when it comes to, and that might have been the reason why the 911 call was never released. But what was released was what the call was for, an unconscious person. But the audio was never released. It could literally be saying, yeah, I think my friend just had a OD. It could say that. We don't know.
Yeah, I think all we know is that there's something on there that they don't want the public to hear, like desperately.
Let me see here. Let me play this while we're waiting. This is Scott Reich Crime Talk. Let me share his channel real quick. And I'm just going to check out a couple-minute video. This is discussing the secrecy. So here's his link, Crime Talk. If you're not subscribed, go check him out. And this is him talking about the secrecy going on when it comes to the sealing and what's sealed and what's not sealed. Come on, it should be open to the public. And trust me, I'm still watching that court hearing. It's still closed. Once I see it pop up, I will get it switched right over.
Brian Kohberger. Remember everything about the Brian Kohberger case? The defense kept saying, secret, secret, secret. Everything needs to be sealed. It's going to affect Mr. Kohberger's right to a fair trial. We heard all that nonsense in the Lori Vallow case. We heard that all that nonsense in the Chad Daybell case in Idaho. And they've got some weird rules in Idaho where everything gets sealed, right? The motions get sealed because it's too sensitive for everybody to see. And I got a real problem with that. It's public records. It's public information. That's what happens when you're involved in litigation. Things get out there maybe you don't want to see. It's just the way things are. We live in an open society. But for the longest time, the Kohberger defense team has wanted everything sealed. We're protecting his right to a fair trial. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, right? And I said, let's see it. Let's see what it is. Well, anyway, the court has set a motions hearing in the Brian Kohberger matter for January 21st at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. And it's going to be a closed, sealed hearing by remote video means to hear the defense motion to unseal materials related to its request to suppress evidence stemming from the use of investigative genetic genealogy, DNA, and to consider what portions, if any, and under what circumstances
should the various motions set to be heard on January 23rd and January 24th be open to the public or available via live video. The clerk will provide that video link, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, of course, inquiring minds want to know. So let's go to the motion. And it is rather straightforward. Comes now, Brian Kohberger, by and through his attorneys of record, and hereby moves this honorable court for an order to unseal the investigative genetic genealogy, also referred to as IGG, suppression, briefing, and related hearing. Now, in the footnote, it says the related briefs are the memorandum in support for a motion to suppress regarding genetic information with attached exhibits filed under seal on November 18th of 2024, sealed objection to defendant's motion to suppress genetic information and attached exhibits filed under seal on December 6th of 2024, and 3, a reply to the state's objection to defendant's motion to suppress in support of genetic information with attached exhibits filed under seal on December 20th of 2024. Goes through the procedural history. Mr. Kohberger filed his motion to compel IGG discovery on June 22nd of 2023. Those motions were filed on June 22nd, 2023 and April 15th of 2024. The hearing on that matter was public and involved the testimony of several expert witnesses. The court ordered the production of records in camera and under seal. Mr. Kohberger filed a second motion to compel the IGG discovery on April 15th of 2024. And over the objection of Mr. Kohberger, the court required that the portion of the May 30th, 2024 hearing on the second motion to compel IGG discovery be closed. The court again ordered the production of records under seal. The court's concern were the privacy rights of the names of individuals identified in Mr. Kohberger's family tree. At the first and second motion to compel the IGG discovery, Mr. Kohberger argued that he would be filing a motion to suppress the IGG. He asked the court to allow the pleading and hearing be public. On May 20th, 2024, the court indicated it would take the matter up after the suppression pleadings were filed. In the interim, venue changed, and this case is now before a new judge. The motion to suppress regarding genetic information was filed on November 14th of 2024 and now fully briefed. Pursuant to court discretion, the parties stipulated to file all IGG suppression pleadings under seal. No names of the extended family members are discussed in the briefing. The matter is set for hearing on January 23rd and 24th, and Mr. Kohberger requested the briefings be unsealed and the hearing take place in open court. Now, due to national and international attention to this case and in the interest of protecting Mr. Kohberger's right to a fair trial, many pleadings in this case have been sealed appropriately pursuant to the Administrative Rule 32. Mr. Kohberger has a right to a public trial, and sealing a suppression hearing is a clear violation of his right to a public trial. In addition to Mr. Kohberger's right to a public trial, the public has a First Amendment right to know what goes on in court. And they cite a case in the Idaho Code section recognizes that records contained in court files of judicial proceedings may be exempt from disclosure under rules promulgated by the Idaho Supreme Court. And the Idaho Supreme Court adopted the Idaho Court of Administrative Rule 32 to define when public access to judicial records may be denied. And when the court is considering whether to seal the record, Rule 32I directs the court to consider the traditional legal concepts in the law of the right to a fair trial, invasion of privacy, defamation, and invasion of proprietary business records, as well as common sense respect for shielding highly intimate materials about persons. Records may be sealed or redacted if the court determines and makes a finding of fact as to whether the interest in privacy or public disclosure predominates. The court's decision to seal judicial records is discretionary. Here, the way in which the IGG material was accessed and used in a matter warranting public disclosure and should not be shielded from the public's right to know. This matter is of utmost importance to Mr. Kohberger's right to a public hearing. Holding the hearing in open court will not prejudice the parties and should be held in open court. The issue raised are legal issues, and cases with similar issues are being decided in other states. The issues raised in Mr. Kohberger's suppression motions are those that were discussed in the public hearing on the first motion to compel. Additionally, the way in which the IGG occurred in this case has been made public in other cases. Mr. Kohberger has the right to public trial, and a public has a right to know how the genetic information was used in this case. Neither the state nor Mr. Kohberger will be prejudiced by the unsealing the briefings and holding the IGG hearing in open court. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, Kohberger's defense is secret, secret, secret. But this issue, they want it out there. Now, I think it should be out there. Now, my guess is that there is something completely offensive that is going to shock the conscience as it relates to how this investigative genetic genealogy information was obtained and used. And you all are going to be offended. And finally, I guess Brian Kohberger's defense team is trying to say, hey, we need to try to win something here in the court of public opinion. And maybe something wasn't done fairly, and maybe something was done just a little sketchy, so to speak, how they got to the DNA. Remember, the prosecution has said, yeah, sure, we use this IGG. We used it to develop a profile. We developed a hit. But then we went back and got a order from the court to grant us to get the ability to get the DNA from Brian Kohberger, to compare that to the DNA that was on the K-bar sheath right here, because we're the only channel that has a K-bar.
That's
It's important.
dude. Do you know how many channels, even the ones that don't have a K-bar, they're like, yeah, they're like, yeah, here, I'll get my Dayquil box. All right, they're like, they're like, yes, it looks just like this, ladies and this is. They'll be like, this is not a knife. All right, this is not a K-bar, but it's something similar. Okay, just like this, and it's like, Scott, you're not the only channel that shows a damn K-bar. I think a lot of channels show a K-bar or a knife, whether it's a butter knife or whatever. There's always, that's like the thing. That's like the thing. Like it's like this, ladies, but right here, and it's like, oh my lord. Oh my lord.
So K-bar needs to get like a YouTuber's edition, right? Just for YouTubers.
Right. What is he, Yoli? What does he mean by offended? What does that mean? What does that mean when he says the public will be offended? What does that mean? Yeah, and it's the sheath, not the knife. That's right, because they don't even.
Yeah, I mean sheaths. Sorry, I was saying sheaths aren't even dangerous on their own, but yeah.
No. Like a plastic knife you get a yeah, right? I could be. It's like this. Oh shit. There's so many people that do that. It's kind of worn out its welcome. All right, so I do have another feed up just showing me while it's taking place. I do have a separate recording going just in case we're in the middle of something and it does pop up. I definitely don't want to miss it on the other one, so I have a separate recording going on. Let me see here. Let me finish. So,
and I do have to run out somewhere at 7 p.m. my time, so I don't know if you'll still be here in a few hours, but I will try. I'm not sure how long they're going to be closed.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry about that.
Let me go to some of my. So there's some other stuff I wanted to play here in the meantime while we're waiting. Now when it comes to, let me see here. I want to play one of these old. If anybody, let me look up this video and I'll drop the link for you. If you guys want to, we already covered it before. But check out this episode when it comes to the IGG. Let me see here. Here it is right here. So this is the genealogy of Brian Kohberger. Let me share this here. All right. So this is an episode Genealogy of Brian Kohberger with CC Moore. Okay, this is a great episode. They break. Oh, hold on. Did it not? Oh, shoot. Hold on. What the heck? Sorry, I got two things up and it's.
It's okay.
What the heck? No, I need to share this tab. It's all messing up. Maybe it's I can't record it separately. It's not gonna work. I was trying to have two StreamYards up at the same time, and unfortunately it's not gonna work, so never mind. I can't do that. Hold on one second. All right, so I'll have that up. So this is with CC Moore. So she breaks it all down. She kind of discusses it all. Let me see here. The hearing could last a long time. Well, if it gets to the point where I think a lot of people, I went and tried to see if there's any more updates from the local stations with interviews and stuff. And I honestly just see a bunch of people having this screen up and they're not even on their channels talking. They're not even on their channels talking. So here's a little bit more video of Moscow there at night. Hold on one second. I wanted to look for this video to show you guys from back in the day about the sheath. Give me 1 second. Let's see. For me. Let's see. Where is that video? I have so many that I did. Here's a good link for you guys. This is an episode where I went through some footage. I believe I was still out in Idaho. I believe I was still out in Idaho during this live, actually, where I was showing some footage, and it was, I think it was the anniversary. I was at the hotel doing that show, showing some of the footage. Here is the PCA route with the footage, and that'll show you all that. Incel theory. I think this is what I wanted to play for you guys. The incel theory, there's that. And then also when it came to the K-bar, I honestly feel like because if you look at where the sheath was found, the sheath was found in between Kaylee and Maddie, kind of half under Maddie. So to me, it was like somebody holding it in their left hand in case they needed to put the knife back in, not necessarily the person that committed the crime. Right. But it was somebody that was holding it in case they needed to put it back in. And so if somebody's coming in and attacking them, I can see them dropping it, and where she was found up against the corner, if you dropped it out of your left hand, it's literally falling in the place where it was found. And so to me, it was something like it could have been a gift from a pawn shop. Just look at how dark it is compared to no headlights. You know, that's crazy. But I feel like it could have been one of the girls', and I prefer probably Maddie's because it was in Maddie's room. I doubt Kaylee's walking around with a K-bar or has a K-bar in her purse, but I do think that Maddie probably had a K-bar, so on a shelf or on her,
Yeah.
somewhere for protection. Because there was a lot of stuff going on out there, and I mean, think about the coyotes that were getting skinned and left on the other fraternities' properties and stuff, and a K-bar would be a popular knife, especially in that area, when you are hunting and all those things.
Yeah, I think it's viable. I mean, I'm speaking as like a young female. It is scary. You do want something for protection. So I understand. Like when I first heard that suggestion, I wasn't sure, but the more I think about it, it really does make a lot of sense because at the end of the day, we also don't really know that it was a K-bar entirely that was even used.
Mhm.
So that's just an assumption. It likely belonged to one of them. And I suppose also if Kaylee went to Maddie's room because of some worry she might have taken it with, could have been either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when it comes to the injuries, Mabbitt, the coroner, said from the very beginning, that it was sharp and blunt. Two different
Yes.
types of injuries. And they never said K-bar. So we've heard a lot about what the injuries could have been, what they might have been. So there's some different, I don't know. I'm not one that needs to see the photo, but I am one that would like to know, the injuries itself, because that does say a lot when it comes to, like what kind of weapon could have been used or what weapon might not have been used, Don't need to see the photos, but it would be nice to understand them, because there's a lot of inconsistencies with all of it, really.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
The one thing I've always wanted to know about for the time frame was just to do with the autopsy was stomach contents as well. I know that sounds gross, but it's actually super important, especially with the the different activities that were going on around food, like the DoorDash and the Grub Truck and all of that. That's something that I thought about first. And I mean, I know that they know it, but that's something if there's anything that I'd want to know, that would be one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let me see here. All right. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have, let's see. I'm going to play this video here in the meantime. I'm going to keep an eye. Like I said, I'm going to switch to the court hearing. Once it pops up, I do have that feed. So I'm going to put court hearing closed. But I'm going to play this. So you guys, this is the incel theory that we were discussing. This was recorded on December 18th, 2023. A long time ago. But I think it's very important when it comes to this incel theory. I wonder if I should play part 2, honestly, because I think part 2 has a little bit of part 1 and some more. Let me see if there's a part. I could have swore I did a part 2. Hold on one second.
I think you did.
Court hearing portion closed. Okay, so let me put this up here because I'm going to have this up here while we're waiting. And let me put the date on here too, just so nobody gets confused. Okay. Oops, hold on. All right. There's that. Let me see if there's a part. I could have swore I did a part 2. That's part 1. Yes, here it is. Here's part 2. So if you want this link as well, thank you. I appreciate you. If you want this link as well, this is part 2. All right. And let me get that pulled up instead. All right. So here's part 2. This was February 9th, 2024. I'll switch that date. This is the part 2 that has a little bit of the part 1 in it.
Okay, cool.
The Incel theory at Queen Road. And we'll be going through this on Monday. We're going to dig into it more. And I'm going to read an article. So if you haven't been introduced to this Incel theory at Queen Road apartment video, definitely check it out tonight after the show's over. Because listen to what I'm going to read. Listen to this, what I'm going to read now. Okay, so when I'm talking about the Queen Road apartment incel theory, I'm going to read this final paragraph. Okay. When I'm talking about the incel theory at Queen Road Apartments, this is what I'm talking about. Let me go back just a little bit. It says, the very first night was traumatic and gave me a very bad taste in my mouth about everything. Through my window, I heard a lot of students partying
What's up, Eddie?
outside, and I wondered, with a great amount of fear, how would I ever be able to join in on their fun? That was the reason I was there, after all. I didn't think I was capable of it. Later in the night, I heard a boy and a girl having sex in the apartment above me. Just knowing that the other young men get to enjoy the pleasure of sex while I get none of it has always filled me with envious rage, as well as bitter hatred towards the world. But to actually hear them doing it, that was even more traumatizing. I was prepared for this, however. I had done a lot of research about college life in the town, and I knew that students had a lot of sex there. I had an inkling of suspicion that I would eventually hear or even see people doing such things if I lived in that environment. Hell, the reason I moved there was because it was a sexually active place. I myself wanted to be sexually active, but when I heard that the couple above me having sex, I couldn't help feeling vile and miserable about it. I tried to calm myself down and convince myself that soon I will be doing the exact same thing. How was I wrong? Yes, Christina, we are going to be going into that as well. I know it's been a discussion before. But when it's coming from me, and you can go back to all of my shows until the trip that I went to Moscow, you can go to every single one of my damn shows, and I laugh at the incel theory. I laugh at it. I laugh at it. The day that I got there and I parked in that parking lot behind 1122, that's when I said to myself, that incel theory's spot on. And I'm just not saying it's an incel theory as just an incel theory. I'm saying incel theory as in the dude or people lived at Queen Road Apartments. So True Crime Overtime with Rosee and me are going to be we're probably going to be having a 4-hour show Monday. It's going to be Monday, 11 a.m. Eastern, and it's probably going to be a 4-hour show. I appreciate that. Well, it's like I explained it to Rosee today. I said, when I was in high school, I got hit with the acting bug. I was always acting. I was always fascinated with movies before I even... Okay? So what you do is you can put yourself, and this is how I explain it to people when it comes to like this situation right here. I put myself in a situation. Not that I'm a person that's capable of doing these things, because I'm not. There's no way that I could be capable of doing these things, okay? But when I can be a person that was able in the past to, just like an actor, like Leonardo DiCaprio, one of my favorite actors. Does he act the same in every movie? No. When you're an actor, you put yourself in that person's shoes. A lot of it has to deal with empathy, right? If you have the ability to empathize, you have the availability to put yourself in somebody else's shoe. When you have an extra ability of empathy, you have an extra ability to put yourself in somebody's shoes, whether it's good or bad. When I got to that parking lot and I sat there and I was smacked in front of my face and I saw how close this house was to the vehicle, I said, I instantly put me, going back to acting, I instantly put me into the mind of an incel. What would the incel do? What would the incel be doing? How would the incel do it? Where would the incel be? Where would the incel be coming from? What would the incel do after? What would somebody else do? Not an incel. All of these different situations instantly flood my brain. And then what happens is when you put yourself like that person in that situation, right, Alpine, you become. And when you become, that's when, oh my gosh, if you guys go back to my lives and you go back to the first time that I was introducing this incel theory, and you sit there and I'm like sitting there talking about somebody smoking a cigarette, looking through the windows, watching one of the girls put on makeup. It's creepy because It's shit like that that really makes you understand the mind. I bet you there's got to be groups out there that discuss all these things, chat rooms, all this other stuff. So then it's like, you know what? Who's to say, right? Because I've always said, yo, if it was more than one person, how could you stay quiet, right? Multiple people. How is everybody going to stay quiet? There's always a weak link in a chain. Always. Period. Always. Why wouldn't have that one person, that weak link, why wouldn't have something came out, even if it was slight, right? Until everybody, you get introduced with the fact that there are chat groups out there specifically for incels that have these thoughts, people. And who's to say the incel didn't recruit or gather up other incels that are just as angry? Who says the incel that was in the back of this parking lot wasn't taking a video with his GoPro, showing the other incels, look at this shit, guys. This is what I have to see every time I come home. I have to see this fun taking place in front of me. Look at this, guys. This is my GoPro. This is the incel that I'm talking to from Montana. This is the incel that I'm talking to from Utah. Look at this, guys. Isn't this a joke? And they get just as mad as he does. That's why a group of people, nobody says nothing. And I didn't even think about it today until me and Rosee had our conversation, because to me, I'm like, I always came from a spot where I'm like, yo, how does one person, how does the getaway driver not be out there claiming that he was one of them that committed the crime? Because the getaway driver does. He doesn't want to go around and tell people he was a getaway driver. Why would he tell people he's a getaway driver? There's always a weak link. Somebody would have talked, unless introduced in my mind today. Shout out True Crime Overtime with Rosee. Introduced in my mind today. It could be a group of people in a chat group having the same freaking issues. Look, guys. Look at what my GoPro. You see this shit? Damn, Billy. That's fucked up, Billy. You shouldn't have to see that every time you go home, Billy. What are you going to do about it, Billy? Do you want us to help you? That's the reason why we can't be successful in our life. Those are the dudes that the reason why we can't have sexual relations with females. It's because of those people why we can't have what they have. Just knowing that the other men get to enjoy the pleasures of sex while I get none has always filled me with envious rage, as well as bitter hatred towards the world. But to actually hear them doing it, that was even more traumatizing. I was prepared for this. Remember, guys? Incel at Queen Road? They were prepared. They had already went through this multiple times in their head while they continued that obsession. They already knew. They probably had 5 different ways on how to commit that crime, because they played that through their heads. They played it through their heads sitting back there because they knew it was going to happen. They knew it. The first time they came across it, just like this gentleman, the first time they come across it, oh, we know. We already know where it's going to go. It's just a matter of time. And as your obsession grows deeper, as you sit back there and it gets deeper and deeper, and you're just one car spot over, and you can see, just like in last night's show, there's pictures, you can see the car parked next to me through the sliding glass door. Through the sliding glass door on the second floor, through the sliding glass door on the third floor. You can see both windows. You don't have this in front of me, but I tell you right now, the reason that they probably parked in this same spot is because this is the spot that you can park and they can't fucking see what you're doing, but you can see what they are. You can't see me, but I can see you from this spot. You want that clear view of the inside of the property? Incel theory at Queen Road? Guess what? You get out of your car, you walk a little bit to the left, and you stand there in the dark, and guess what? Do you think anybody's going to see you in the dark? Do you think somebody's going to notice your car in the dark? Do you think somebody's going to notice? And you can see every damn thing that took place in the downstairs, the upstairs, kitchen. When I say you park one spot over, look, you got the window in the kitchen you can see through too. There's that one. And then here's Kaylee's room. And that was, I'm going to pause it right there because that was the creepiest part. When I did this video, that was the creepiest freaking part because you see me, let me mute this. You see me showing pictures, right, of Zillow. And you can see that, you can see the damn truck. That's where you'd be parked over one spot. So you see how you got the bushes over here off to the top left of the sliding glass door. And then you got this little area right here. So you see that when I'm showing you the other view from when I'm looking at this direction. See, you can see the bushes down here. And then off to the left is where, as I'm kind of walking and showing you guys the footage, you see that split in the tree. The split in the tree is basically right there. And that is where, that's why I was saying you get out of the car, you move just a couple feet to the left. Look at how much you can see in. You can see in from the window right here too. This is the kitchen area right here. So you could literally just in the darkness of night be hiding behind one of those bushes off to the left from the parking lot if you're in the parking lot, and you can literally see everything going on inside this area. And I thought this was a perfect picture. It literally shows like you can sit in your vehicle in the darkness of night and watch everything that's going on, and you don't even look out of place. You can literally just sit back there and watch it all. There's that one. And then here's Kaylee's room. And then another one you can see right in Kaylee's room in this closet right here. That's where I feel that the person was chilling until they heard people come home. Then they had to get out of the closet, play with the puppy for a second, and then they walked in to commit the crime. But even from up there, literally, you can sit in that one parking spot, get out of the vehicle, walk just right behind that bush, and you could see every little thing going on in that house, upstairs, downstairs, so much. You could even watch the people that are partying down there at the patio and the couch. So when you're parked in the back and nobody can see you, and the reason nobody can see you is because even if you have those Christmas bulbs out on the front patio, all lit up like we seen them, it don't matter. Because that light, like I told you, in the daytime, they can't see you. In the daytime, they can't see you in the daytime. There's too much, but you can see them. They can't see you in the nighttime either. Headlights from an SUV. Do you see the house behind me? Do you see the cement slab that's down to the left of me? Do you see the corner of the house? I do, very, very slightly, to the left side of the bush. Very slightly. You don't see, and these are headlights from an SUV shining onto the house. You don't see my light. Do you think that them little Christmas bulbs hanging from the second floor sliding glass door, you think that's going to light up on my face while I'm sitting here watching? No. No. Instead, I get a free view of here where I can be hidden, and I can have another free view of where I'm parked back here. That person could have thought 5 times the crime. 5 times the crime. We're going to be going in depth. All right, now go ahead and pause it there. All right, so the court hearing is still closed. And so that's just a little bit of the Queen Road. There's more to it. There's a part 1, but just based off of, now there was friends. Now, so if anybody doesn't know, there was a fight that took place. There was a fight that took place at the Sigma Chi house a few hours before the crime was committed at 11:22. Now all these people are frat brothers, they're friends, they hang out here and there. They, you know, it's a small little college town. They all hang out. Everybody knows each other for the most part. They're all friends. And so, yeah, it's always suspicious about that fight that took place at the Sigma Chi, because they are friends, but at the same time, would they have a motive? Yes, they'd have a motive, but the motive wouldn't be, if you're talking about the fight at Sigma Chi, that's not necessarily a sexual motive. That's a motive that would be a rage kind of motive, like some people might have been at the wrong place at the wrong time, because the fight was taking place between Ethan and another individual. Now, when it comes to the incel theory, now, if you know, there's a lot of connections, there's a lot of friends. people that live in that whole block, 1112, 1126, all the way around King Road. Everybody hung out together. Everybody was friends. But this is why the incel theory is so important to me, is because, yes, anybody that has contact with anybody can have a jealous or sexual motive for the crime. Of course, that's just it's just the more somebody knows you, the more that they could also potentially commit a crime against you, just because they have more opportunity, right? Or more emotion, I should say, invested. But when it comes to the incel theory, there's already people that have been from the very beginning. When I used to laugh at the incel theory, there was already people from the very beginning that were friends that would have a sexual motive, that would yada yada. And we've kind of explored all those in the very beginning, because in the very beginning, before there was a Kohberger arrest, all anybody could think about was a friend that would have committed this crime, right? So we've already explored a lot of those, the players, the opportunities, the potentials. But when it comes to the incel theory, and you're talking about somebody that is kicking it at Queen Road, the people that park there live at Queen Road. Would it be an easy area for anybody else to commit the crime at the house? Yes, because just like it's a perfect what's up, Tiffany? Just like it's a perfect opportunity for somebody living at Queen Road to sit there and not look out of place and be able to watch and stalk and all those things. But yes, at the same time, there is somebody that could never have been there before and not look out of place. And the reason I say that is because myself, I used a rental vehicle. It had Washington state plates, didn't even have Idaho plates. It was a vehicle that they had never seen around there before. I was a person that they had never seen around there before. And I did a lot of my work on my laptop computer in the driver's seat at the back of the house, because it was such a long drive back to the hotel. What I would normally do is be around doing all my work during the day, and then I would always end it by going into that parking lot at night, because in case I got done doing my work and I needed to do something extra, or I forgot I didn't do this, I was still there and I wasn't a couple hours away to have to try and do it again, kind of thing. And so I would always end my night in that parking lot at 1122. And I would have the reflection of the laptop showing my face, so it was obvious somebody was sitting in their vehicle working on a computer. And not one time did I ever feel like somebody thought I was being suspicious. And that stuck out to me too. Because number one, if I seen a car that I never usually see back there, and somebody that in a car that I've never usually seen before, and they're sitting in a car with a screen brighten, making their face illuminate, it would be very concerning to me. You know what I'm saying? Especially with how dark it is back there and the crime that was committed just a year before. So the fact that nobody felt that I was suspicious made me also go, yes, of course, anybody, even if they're not from Moscow, and they normally don't park there, and they've never seen you before, you're not going to stand out. And it goes back to that vehicle. that's chilling in the back window. And so if you don't stand out then, if you don't stand out then, well, then you're not going to stand out. So it could be anybody. And that's the thing. It could be anybody. But when I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about the incel theory, because like I said, I laughed at it at first. And then once I got there, I was like, oh, holy hell. This is like, some of the people, some of the people that lived at the Queen Road apartments, that lived in that section of Queen Road apartments that normally park in this section, because when you're talking Queen Road, and you're talking about who parks where, this right here, if I could skip it ahead a little bit, this I'll kind of show you with the footage here. So people that park here only live. So there's two sections of Queen Road apartments. There's two of them. The front building that you see the bright light coming from, the people park along the front of that building, and then there's a parking lot in the back. The people that live on the Queen Road building to the right, which is right here in front of us, you can see the parking lot extends as it goes all the way back, and I'll show you the other side through my footage here in a second. You can see the parking lot goes all the way in the back. So the people, you see the darkened area in the middle of that building specifically, the dark area is the middle. So anybody that's on the right side of the lit up area is going to be parking alongside as it's going down there. The people that live on the left side that's lit up, they are the ones parking where I just left this parking lot from. You can see cars going all the way down, Those are the people that live on the right side. These are the people that live on the left side. There's some really odd people that live at the left side of this apartment building. All right? Y'all know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Y'all know who I'm talking about. The dude, is he not an expert at with a knife? Yes, he's an expert with a knife. He's an expert throwing flames and all this other shit. And this is the same individual when Kaylee first moved in. Okay? I'm going to take a drink of coffee real quick.
Okay. All right.
This is the same individual that said when Kaylee first moved into the neighborhood, he went up to her with a half bottle of opened cooking wine,
yes,
and offered it to her, and she said, "Fuck yeah!" According to him.
Yes.
But he never got to go over. He never got invited. I bet you he was, because there's how many times did they have noise complaints where none of the people that lived at 1122 were even at 1122, and somebody had to call up one of them and say, "Hey, there's cops here." Okay? I guarantee you the dude went to one of those parties just to check it out, to see what it was like. Oh, I'm going to sneak up and go to Kaylee's room and go check it out, right? I could see that dude having his window open so he could listen. I could see that dude parking where I parked, watching Kaylee's sliding glass door to see if he could see her undressing one night when she forgot to shut the curtain. But you saw, did it have curtains on her? Did it have curtains on it? Anytime you saw videos of her with the puppy in the TikTok videos and and the videos that they would take of each other having fun. Did you ever see curtains? Did you ever see blinds on that third story sliding glass door? No, you didn't. So when it comes, yes, anybody could have committed this crime, even a friend, but this is why I want people to understand why the incel theory to me just sticks out so much is because I'm sitting here going, the people that really, because this took a lot of rage. Okay, this was 4 people with multiple, it was like Kathy Mabbitt said, the crime scene was a mess. It was all over. Okay.
Yeah.
You listen to the injuries. Ethan, Kaylee specifically. Oh my Lord, that's some crazy. There was a lot to this, and it was a rage. It was a rage.
Yeah, and I think. Sorry, I keep doing that. I'm sorry.
No, it's probably the delay because of the country.
Yeah, I think it is. Because every time I open my mouth, I'm like, no, stop talking.
Sorry.
But what I was gonna say was, I think that, like, for me, what really did seal that at the end was that manifesto as well, because, like what you're describing with Strange Neighbors, I mean, we also don't really understand what goes on in other people's minds. It's not easy to just understand that, and I think that really helped, and it fit so well with everything that you were saying there, and it felt to me like the final piece of that puzzle when you were trying to put that theory together.
Yeah, and when you were bringing it up too, it just because you shared the manifesto with Elliot Rogers, and we kind of went through that. And that part 2 included some of the stuff that we were going.
Which is scary.
Yeah, it is. When you read this stuff, when you read it and you put yourself there, it's like, yeah, anybody. Because listen, anybody could have committed the crime. Hell, somebody from multiple states away could have just came and who knows. They had a social media following. It was huge. You know what I mean? People can come from anywhere, but when you listen to that, you think about how they just got out of COVID, isolation. They're in a small college town. You got the windows open. You think about the noise complaints, the partying, the kind of activity that would have been going on at the party house of the area, and then you mix that with, even a simple, it could start, even if it's not incel, it could start with a simple obsession, just like given, what dude gives a females, I'm telling you right now, if some dude ever hands you an open bottle, throw it in the damn garbage.
Mm-hmm. Please.
But for some dude, like I would, even if I opened a bottle of drinking wine and I took a sip out of it, right, and then I put the cork back in it, I still wouldn't go give a female a freaking come on, and you. I don't know. I don't understand it. And then to me, why would you need to give somebody or want to give somebody an open bottle of cooking wine? Well, to me, it's like you saw somebody that was attractive just moving in, and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't give her my Dayquil. Oh my gosh, I can't give her my water. What can oh my gosh, I need an excuse to go introduce myself. I need an excuse to go introduce myself. This notepad, maybe? No. How about an open bottle of cooking wine? That's why I feel like the dude was scrambling to find something to give her to have an excuse when literally you don't need, dude, just walk up to her without the open bottle, bro. Just be like, hi, my name is so and so. It's nice to meet you. You know what I mean? You don't need an open bottle of cooking wine to introduce yourself. And that tells you a lot right there. Number one, that you're a dude thinking that some woman would actually go, fuck yeah, when you hand her a bottle that's open. Number one, because what woman's going to go, fuck yeah? All right. So you're delusional right there. You're delusional thinking that it's okay to give anybody an open bottle. Come on, man. It's dangerous out there. And then you got to have some kind of excuse. That's your story instead of, I noticed, when I noticed Kaylee first moved into the neighborhood, I went out there to introduce myself and, let her know of whatever. Instead, the first, it was so sad. It was so sad. The first time I met her, I gave her a half bottle of cooking wine, and she was like, fuck yeah, and it's just so sad. And I'm like, what? That's your story, man? So you mix all of this together, right? This weird stuff. And I'm not saying he's the incel, but I'm saying I just bring him up because he's suspicious as a mother. All right. We're not lying. We're not lying. Dude is sus. And he's the one that actually had a window that would have heard a lot of what's going on. Let me see. We can see it a little bit right here. So if you look at the very right of your screen and you go up a little bit, that is Mr. Mister's window. Okay. That's Mr. Mister's window. And you got to think, and this is one of the things when I went out there, it was like, because when Linda Lane video got brought up, and this is why I take a drive back here, because I park in the parking spot where the Linda Lane camera would have been focusing on the parking lot area back here. Now with the Linda Lane footage, there was a lot of noises and screams and stuff like that taking place, right? And I wanted to explain to people that there's a echo effect, a sound bubble effect, right? And so when you're back here and you're in the middle of the 2 Queen Road apartments, sounds will echo. It will bounce off because it's a small area. Now straight ahead, where you see that light right in the middle of the screen, that little teeny light, that's where the camera is. So if you ever come across Linda Lane footage, that's the camera. This is where I'm parked at. It'll give you a better idea of where you're at when it comes to this footage, okay? Now, as I back up here, this right here is the sound bubble in this parking lot because all of these buildings create a sound barrier, so to speak, and I'll show you that with the Google view here real quick. So you can see right here I'm in this parking lot. Oh, maybe it's not showing. So right here I'm in this parking lot right here, almost where that white car is. Do you see how it's a sound bubble in a way? So anything right here, all of these buildings create like a barrier, okay? So when you're hearing the sounds on Linda Lane, it's why I feel a lot of the sounds came from these apartment buildings inside this building barrier, because the sound waves are going to bounce off of all of the building structures, okay? Now, another question I had when I went out there was, would sound, because 1122 was right here where this dark dirt spot is. would sounds from 1122 travel through the inside of this area between the two buildings? Okay. Yes, it would, because as you drive through, and I'll show you on the footage, you can see how small that area is. And as I walked through there, because I also walked from parking my car here, I walked through this little tunnel between the two Queen Road apartments. I went down the stairs, and then I looked at how close I was to the back corner of 1122. Very close. What I also noticed is as I walked through this tunnel area, I could literally hear my own footsteps from my boots echo as I'm walking through that area. So that's another thing that's very important with that spot. Now you can see as I'm driving through here, and yes, quarters on brakes still. As I'm driving through here, you see how small that area is? Very small. Now look at this elevation and look at how tight this is. So when they want to say that somebody was driving through this area at a high rate of speed, going, woo, woo, woo. Yeah, are you going to tell me you're driving through this area at a high rate of speed? Look at how close I am to this brick wall. Look at how close I am to the edge. Look at how close I am between both sides of this path going through. Give me a break. Again, nobody is driving at a high speed going through this area. This is the start of the parking lot for the one section of the Queen Road apartments. The section back there would be people that are living from this spot in the camera from the right all the way back to the corner. That's where these people are parking. And look at how little. Now, this is a different view of the parking lot I want to show you guys as well. Look at how little lighting there is in that parking lot back there if you take out my headlights, ladies and gentlemen. The area above where you see my headlights is already illuminated from my headlights. Just add a little bit darker on top of the dark that you see and remove the headlights. You ain't even seeing the tree up above right up above those cars. That's how dark it is back there.
Yeah, that's really bad. I mean, I even with the headlights wouldn't have known there was a tree.
Yeah, you wouldn't see the tree without the headlights. Yeah. And it's scary too. Think about when you're driving at night, right? And how the headlights, yes, there's a lot of light focused at a particular direction, but it's a gradual blend, right? It's a gradual blend from being lit to then going to dark. It is so dark out here that literally you're talking the middle of November. You're talking the middle of November. And let me give you the best I can show you here. You're talking the middle of November, right? You're talking 1122 King Road. Look at how close it is to Canada. Look at how close it is to Canada. So when you're talking about the Earth being tilted, the Earth is tilted all the way in this direction at that time of the year. And you think about how dark it is all the way up there during that time period. Isn't it crazy how there is no blending of the headlights when it comes to the darkness there? It is so dark. It literally sucks some of the blending light out of the picture. Crazy dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I was there for a week. The unfortunate part was that it literally got dark at uh at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It got dark. So, and when you're talking about that area, it's very dangerous. So I was in Spokane. There's a certain way to pronounce it. I never remember. I always mess it up. But as you're driving into Moscow, you're actually driving up into the mountains. So you'll end up having like a lot of you'll drive through a lot of fog, and it's very dangerous. And so, like, here's a video right here. So you're literally driving through fog. Okay, so when you're driving, you're going up a mountain to go up into Moscow Pullman. You're going up into mountains as you're driving up there. So I had a very limited amount of time that I could get all the work done. And just like the morning, it took a long time for the sun to come up too, because literally you are way up there with the Earth's tilt when it comes to that position towards the sun at that time of the year. And then you have a lot of fog in the morning because it gets so cold and so dark. When the sun does come up, that creates a lot of the fog because of the moisture from the cold air, the mountains, and all that. So then there's a lot of fog. So I really only had literally like 4 to 5 hours of good, and that's on a good day. Some days you'll see some of the footage, it was really cloudy and kind of foggy still. But on a good day, you're getting 4 to 5 hours, and that's it. Until you do stuff that, like I could take the footage at night and stuff like that because it's important as well. But yeah, to try and get a lot of the work done during the day, it was very difficult at that time of the year. Just scary trying to there. This is a 55 mile an hour road, and I would most of the time have to go like 15 because there would be pockets where you just couldn't see in front of your front hood. I mean, it was so bad.
You can't even tell there's like a place in there. I can't imagine.
No, and then trying to do that at night too. There would be some times where you're driving at night and it would get so foggy, and 5-10 mile an hour, it's and then it's dangerous too because you don't even know if you're coming up on a vehicle either, or if a vehicle's gonna come up on you.
Especially if you're not familiar with the roads. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was so beautiful though. It was so beautiful out there. It was so beautiful though. The mountains. It was so neat. The first day that I got there, there was just a little teeny speck of snow on the mountain cap. Wasn't even very much. And as my week went on, I gradually got to see snow caps being formed because outside the hotel window there was just mountains all over. I mean, no matter where you look, it was just like these beautiful mountains. And it was so neat being able to see the snow caps of the mountains get shaped and formed, and it was just so beautiful. It was just like every morning you would wake up and there'd be a little bit more to it, and you're just like, this is so cool, man, being able to see this, even though it was cold as hell. Oh my Lord, it was so cold, so dark, so cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does sound. I've always wanted to see snow. It sounds beautiful.
Yeah. It's I took a lot of photos too. And I know I
Yeah.
took some photos of them. Uh let me see while we're sitting here waiting. Let me see if I whoops. Let me see if I have them. Where I know I have them. I just have to try and find them. Let's see. Here's this.
I want to see them, but I have to go after, and then I'll catch the replay for the hearing. And if you do an
Yeah.
analysis, let me know. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know what I honestly thought we'd be able to see some part of it right now. And I'm glad we got to hang out and talk about a lot of different things, catch up on some stuff we've covered before. We are going to be doing more Idaho Forest shows coming up here now that the trial's going to be starting here pretty soon. And I still hold out hope that I'll be able to report every day from the trial out there. It's one of the things I've wanted to do for the longest time, but I don't know. I might just let the court hearing play and do the analysis later because in another show because I'm still kind of not feeling good, and I'm already getting that heat flush feeling, and just I can feel it in my face. Like, just I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, just reach out to me, and we'll definitely do another show, whether it's whenever. Be doing some more shows, and we do me a favor when you're done or whatever, go back through that old stuff that we had before that you put together. See if you still have it. Let's start to go through that stuff again, because there's a lot of stuff you did, and I appreciate all the hard work, and I feel bad we didn't get to go through it with some of the other cases we were working on. So yeah, let's do that because there's a lot of stuff with it. I think it'll help people understand. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you very much too.
Thank you too.
And then
Hi everyone.
Here's Rosie's link. Go sub up if you're not. No problem.
Hope you feel better.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm probably I'm gonna wait and see what comes of this hearing, and then I'm probably gonna have to go to bed. Get some more rest. Appreciate you.
Bye.
Ooh. Yeah, I figured we'd be seeing something by now. Here, let me look to see. Let me go through my folder here. There's so much footage I never. It's everywhere. Pictures. Let's see. That's the crime scene. I think. No, let me see. There's so many. They're like not even loading. Oh my lord, they're all over the place. Man, that's beautiful, Caddy. Damn. All right, hold on 1 second. Let me pull up this court feed separately. I wanted to check out some of these videos real quick while we're waiting. I'm surprised it's closed. Yeah, I apologize. I'm just not feeling too great. Especially my face. It's like all flushed. Probably should get some more coffee too. All right, I wanted to check these videos out here real quick. And if I start to not feel good, I might just leave this up so I can get it recorded, and then but I'm going to keep pushing. But I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing a live tonight. I wanted to, but I'm not sure. There's a couple updates that I'll go through for Sebastian when the show, before I end the show. But if I do anything, I'll probably just be at the lounge tonight if I even do. I don't know, the head cloudy as hell. I'm starting to get that flushed heat, puffy face type feeling. I don't know how to explain it. I just feel like all the blood's going to my face and it's just all puffy or something. I don't know. All right. So this is more about the DNA evidence when it comes to this morning. And I don't know, this is crazy. I thought by now we'd be seeing something on this court feed. I thought by now we would. I don't know.
Let's now bring in criminal defense attorney Josh Ritter and host of the podcast Courtroom Confidential. Josh, always good to be joined by you. So the defense, to Brooke's points there, they want key evidence thrown out. The DNA on the knife sheath at the crime scene, items seized from his apartment, car, online activity. What's the chance that the judge actually grants that dismissal?
To be honest with you, I think it's really slim. It's no surprise that the defense is attacking this evidence. The DNA evidence is the linchpin of the prosecution's case. The defense can argue that he was out looking at the stars. They can argue that, cars similar to his were seen in that area, but they weren't his. They might even have explanations for what he was doing with his phone.
And by the way, when I went out there, like I said, I was out doing stuff for Stephen Smith's case before I went out to Idaho. While I was out there doing stuff for Stephen Smith's case, that's when my phone went completely dark, no connection, no signal, no nothing. I had no safety net, out there by myself. And so when I went out to Idaho, I went to the phone carrier that I have and I said, do me a favor. I need to know the spots that I won't have signal coverage because I'm not getting stuck like I did back there. I'm not having it happen out here, especially in Moscow, Idaho. I need to know what spots can I not get connection. And that's when I seen the map and I said, wait a minute, you're telling me that this tower right here that also connects to 1122, you're telling me I can be over here in Pullman and connect to that tower, that 1120? Yes, that's correct. I was like, oh, hell no. That's a game changer. That's a game changer. I'll show you where at on Pullman you can literally be when it comes to being in that tower. And then we'll go back to this here 1 second. So if you're at 1122, okay? You're at 1122. Let's see. Can I do here's so it basically is like this. It's obviously going above that. But this is That's the area that the tower covers. Just quick little area, right? So I'm like, holy hell, you could be fucking right here in Pullman, right? And connect to the tower all the way over here at 11:22. So just because the phone connects to the same tower doesn't mean that the person was right outside the house. You just connected to the tower. You connect to the tower if you're leaving Bishop. That's a road that you would have left out of. Bishop Road, Pullman. Check it out.
At the time of the murders, but unless they come up with some sort of innocent explanation for how his DNA ended up on that knife sheath found at the crime scene, or get this evidence kicked out, they really don't have a fighter's chance inside of court. And so it's no surprise that they're attacking it.
Yeah. And a crucial piece of the prosecution's evidence, right, is investigative genetic genealogy. So basically public ancestry databases that directed them toward Kohberger. The defense says that method violated Kohberger's constitutional rights. Are they right in saying that? And what would those rights be?
Well,
yeah, Jamie, I'll be coming out there in a few weeks. Sorry. Yeah, I'll be going out there in a few weeks.
I think what they're trying to do is play upon the privacy concerns that people have with the idea that this kind of information is being used to track down other individuals, that these are people who have voluntarily entered their own genetic material into a database, and that by using that, they've been able to determine who his relatives were. Now, just to be clear, once he was identified as a suspect and taken into custody, they did DNA swabs on him to directly match him to the material that they recovered from the crime scene. So they're not just working off of this IGG evidence, they're working off of the direct DNA evidence.
So they said that they took swabs. Okay, listen to this again. He said they took swabs. And the IGG doesn't make a difference. You wouldn't need the IGG if you already took the swabs. The reason that you're doing the IGG, investigative genetic genealogy is what it's called, IGG. You wouldn't need to do the investigative genetic genealogy if you already had swabs. They already had swabs. That's why he's saying it. Pay attention. They already had swabs. So why would you need to steal daddy's DNA from the garbage to get a match?
Genetic material into a database, and that by using that, they've been able to determine who his relatives were. Now, just to be clear, once he was identified as a suspect and taken into custody, they did DNA swabs on him to directly match him to the material that they recovered from the crime scene. So they're not just working off of this IGG evidence, they're working off.
And they had swabs before too. How are you supposed to get a match? Of course, if you made it fit, you made it fit. But when it comes to getting the DNA after the arrest, how are you going? You already 21 skin cells touch DNA. Touch DNA was explained from investigative genealogy, investigative genetic genealogy experts. You don't even have enough to go test after 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 test. That's why cold case laboratories usually handle that kind of evidence. Because it's not enough. So when you get the swabs, you already did all of this testing. You did all of this testing for the IGG. You get the swabs after. How you doing more tests? Because you didn't keep the homework. You said you didn't keep the homework. You said we didn't even save anything but the actual connection. That was it. None of the tests. You could literally take those tests and reuse those to line them up with the DNA that you got after you got the arrest. You can use the old tests for the new testing. But you didn't even keep the old ones. So how are you supposed to use those to then test the swabs that are new? This is going to be so interesting to see this DNA be argued in this trial. And I want to go back to, I think you know what I'm going to do? I need to go back to Vargas on the IGG. I wonder what that court hearing was. What was that court hearing? Hold on. I need to find that one. Where Vargas was on there. Let me see. What court hearing was that? Let me try and find it. Let me play this in the meantime. I'm going to find it because that was... You guys, you want to see what it's going to look like in court? I'll show you. I just got to find that court hearing where she was on there. There was 3 people. There was one guy because it was in 2 parts.
The direct DNA evidence, but they're saying that there's something controversial, a violation of privacy rights in the way that that was first used to identify him. From a legal standpoint, the arguments are not as clear. From probably a public perception standpoint, I think they might have more traction. And I think that's why they were so concerned with having this hearing be public today, but the judge has decided against that.
Yeah. I also know the defense argued this week that pretrial hearings should be made public. Also, you have several media outlets who came forward this week. They had their request denied to be granted access to a closed-door hearing on Tuesday, Josh. The media says they have a right under the First Amendment to attend criminal proceedings. Do they make a good case, and should we be allowed in all of these hearings?
I think absolutely. I think more transparency is good. I think that this case has been too closely protected. I think that that is part of what makes our American criminal justice system so wonderful, is that we do open up the doors and allow the media inside. It is interesting, though, because the defense was against all of the media attention originally. I mean, they asked to have this case moved across the state because they were so concerned about public perception. And now they've kind of pivoted and said, well, now we want everybody to hear about it when it comes down to an issue that they feel is of public concern. The judge, I think, is concerned about the names of relatives perhaps being released and trying to protect that, but it seems to me like we're getting to the point where those arguments don't hold as much water, and we really should be allowing cameras inside.
Yeah. Josh, I got to end it, but just a couple seconds left.
Okay, so here's a short video I'm going to play so you guys can see a snippet of it, and then I'm still going to try and find the court hearing here. This is from Law and Crime. This was after she got done at this court hearing. Bill Thompson sent the FBI over there to ask her about the things she answered to.
There are a lot of tools that are available in GEDmatch. These tools allow you to make comparisons of two or more people and how they relate to each other and share DNA.
A genetic genealogy expert for accused murderer Brian Kohberger claims she received a visit from the FBI after testifying in court for him. That has Kohberger's lawyers asking questions. Thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy. Gabriela Vargas is one of several experts in genetic genealogy that Brian Kohberger's lawyers have hired to advise them. Kohberger's lawyers want to see the genetic genealogy information the FBI used to ID their client as a suspect. The state says it's a tip and they shouldn't have to turn it over. This is just a short portion of Vargas's testimony from about 2 weeks ago.
Those matches that are revealed are only matches that have been opted out.
Something in Vargas's testimony piqued the interest of the FBI after the prosecutors heard she may have been reneging on some of her testimony or a sworn declaration that she signed. Kohberger's lead attorney explained what happened from her vantage point.
Last night, she was visited by 2 FBI agents and interrogated about her testimony and timing of her declaration. That, in our view,
Sorry, when it came to this court hearing, the audio was horrible.
She signed. Kohberger's lead attorney explained what happened from her vantage point.
Last night, she was visited by 2 FBI agents and interrogated about her testimony and timing of her declaration. That, in our view, impacts Mr. Kohberger's due process rights and his rights to effective assistance of counsel.
Ann Taylor told Judge John Judge that she would file a motion regarding what happens to witnesses after they testify in court. Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson explained why he asked the FBI to investigate after hearing Vargas might be questioning some of her own testimony.
When we heard of that, I reached out to the investigators and said, can we find out what's going on? And the FBI indeed undertook an investigation. And preliminary reports are that Ms. Vargas claims that some of what was in her declaration, she inadvertently agreed or signed without fully reading it. We're documenting that so we can expose it to Ms. Taylor.
Now Thompson has told the court he will not cross-examine the witnesses that Taylor called to testify about genetic genealogy. But there are questions about whether the FBI agents visiting Vargas was proper. I spoke with former FBI agent Tracy Walder about it.
Well, it's not something I typically hear about FBI agents going in and visiting a witness after that they have delivered testimony. However, I think a lot of that lies with perception, right? How Mrs. Vargas felt during that discusussion. And I would hope that copious amounts of notes were being taken. And I would hope that the FBI has a very good reason. But the interesting thing that I see here is the FBI is not the dominant investigatory team in the Kohberger case. So I'm surprised that they were the ones that followed up with this, but it could be simply because she's in a different location and it's easier.
Bill Thompson said this was about information he received after the hearing, but prosecutors had reserved the right to cross-examine some of the witnesses at a later date. Now they say, as I mentioned, that they are not going to do so, which also struck Tracy Walder as odd.
Look, she is well respected in her field. Certainly she's testified at trials before, but if you have 2 agents showing up at your front door, I think anyone is going to have a defensive reaction to that, right? Because they're not there for good news typically. And so I do think it would have been much better had Ann Taylor had someone from the defense team accompanying her to a local FBI office for this interview to take place, because I think that just would have been much more comfortable all around versus someone basically surprising you in your home. And there's a reason that we do that, right? Is to catch people off of their guard. And so I think that might be some of the issue at play here. And I hate to go back to perception because it's so nebulous, but I think that's part of the problem.
FBI agents do not typically record interviews or wear body-worn cameras. It's not clear whether that happened in this case or whether the agents simply took notes about the meeting with Vargas. The prosecution has filed information related to that under seal with the court, so the public cannot see it. Brian Kohberger has pleaded not guilty to the murders of Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle last November. A trial date has not yet been set. Kohberger remains in the Latah County Jail, where he is held without bail. His attorneys are asking the court to dismiss the indictment charging him with murder.
So I wanted to show you all that. Let me see here 1 second. Why did it go to Google? That's weird. Let's see, hold on. Still closed. That's weird, it went to Google. Let me close this. All right. All right. Now I wanted to share this here while we're waiting. Let me pull this back up. I'm going to make some, this is an article that I read. Now this has to do with a gentleman named Mark, hold on, Mark Carver, I believe is what his name is. Now, this is somebody that was convicted off of touch DNA back in 2011. Somebody was convicted off of touch DNA, and when it came out, he was actually set free because the same, Mark Carver, the same evidence that put him in jail was the same evidence that proved his innocence when it comes to touch DNA. Now, the thing, and this is, oh my gosh, the story is heartbreaking. It's a really interesting story. The fact that he was convicted, he just simply, he didn't even touch. It was the officer that touched the vehicle, and it was his touch DNA from shaking the officer's hand. He literally shook the officer's hand because he was fishing with his cousin. The officer then went and opened the back door of the victim's car. That's where his touch DNA got on the back door handle of the victim's car. And the friend that was there fishing with him right before trial, the day before, suffered a heart attack. It's crazy from all the pressure of being convicted or charged, and it's crazy. So I'm gonna let this video read this article for you. It's a crazy story about touch DNA. There's the link if you want to save it. And in the meantime, I am gonna be sitting here. I'm gonna make some coffee. I'm gonna take some medicine. And I'm going to be watching this. So whenever it does go live, I will switch back over to it. I just need to get some medicine, cool my face off, and make some more coffee. And I'll be back here in a few. So here's this interesting story, y'all. DNA onto the victim's car and spent. All right, let me rewind it. Convicted of unaliving somebody from touch DNA, which was transferred from the cop shaking his hand when he was spoken to near the crime scene. The cop had transferred his DNA onto the victim's car and spent 10 years in prison. So we're going to do a read through of this article. If you would like a copy of this article for yourself, here's the link in chat. There it is right there. Mark Carver, all other North Carolina unaliving exonerations. State of North Carolina, County of Gaston, unaliving somebody, reported crime date 2008, convicted 2011, exonerated in 2022 for a life sentence. Contributing factors: false or misleading forensic evidence, perjury or false accusation, official misconduct, an inadequate legal defense. Did DNA evidence contribute to the exoneration? Yes. This could be an interesting read from the National Registry of Exonerations. Just before 1 p.m. on May 5th, 2008, a man and a woman on jet skis spotted the body of a woman next to a vehicle on the banks of Catawba River in Belmont, North Carolina. The man flagged down a nearby construction worker who dialed 911. Officers with the Belmont and Mount Holly police departments arrived at the scene and were able to identify the woman as 20-year-old Irina Yarmolenko, a student at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. Yarmolenko's Saturn was at the water's edge, stuck on a tree stump with both doors open on the driver's side. The car was in neutral and the keys were outside the car on the ground. The engine wasn't running and the airbags hadn't deployed. Oh my gosh. YouTube. And the airbags hadn't deployed. Yarmolenko's body was next to the car with her feet pointing toward the water. Her hand appeared to be gripping a vine. An officer would later testify her clothes and body were wet, although this wasn't mentioned in any police reports. And her hand appeared to be gripping a vine. An autopsy performed the next day found that Yarmolenko had been 3 times apparently taken from her car: a black sweatshirt, drawstring, a blue ribbon that matched the ribbon on a bag in her car, and a bungee cord similar to another bungee cord found in the trunk. Investigators also found a half-eaten sandwich from Wendy's in the trunk that seemed out of place. Yarmolenko was a vegetarian. From interviews and surveillance videos, investigators were able to build a timeline of Yarmolenko's movements prior to her passing. Between 10 and 11 a.m., she had gone to the bank, to Goodwill, then to a coffee shop, before heading west and crossing the Catawba. At 11:07 a.m., a surveillance video at the Stowe family YMCA in Belmont appeared to capture her car entering and leaving the facility's parking lot, which was a few hundred yards from where her body was found. Wow. The footage wasn't clear enough to show who was driving the car or whether Yarmolenko was alone. Yarmolenko worked as a photographer at the student newspaper. An editor at the paper told police that Yarmolenko might have been trying to scout out locations to take photos of the nearby U.S. National Whitewater Center, which was on the other side of the river. About 2:15 p.m., an officer with the Mount Holly Police Department interviewed Mark Carver, who was fishing about 200 feet from where Yarmolenko and her car had been found. Carver said he and his cousin Neil Cassida had gotten to the fishing spot about 11 a.m. Carver said that at around noon, he and Cassida had heard something that sounded like a bulldozer scraping the ground. He gave the officer his contact information and Cassida's information, then shook hands with the officer and went to pick up his daughter. Carver returned to the river later that day. He said he had forgotten his fishing net. The officers wouldn't allow him to retrieve the item. Carver returned the next day, but the net was gone. The Belmont police towed Yarmolenko's car to a secure garage. The Gaston County Police Department processed the car for fingerprints on May 5th and May 7th. (2008). Carver gave a formal statement that was written down by Detective Lloyd Addis of the Mount Holly Police Department on May 5th, 2018, and provided more detail about what he had seen on the river. He mentioned the jet ski riders as well as another boater, and that he had heard the man on the jet ski tell the man in the boat to call 911. He said he didn't know someone had passed until he had heard about it on the news. This is, if you're just joining, this is about Mark Carver, a person that was convicted of unaliving somebody from touch DNA, which was transferred from the cop shaking his hand when he was spoken to near the crime scene, and then his touch DNA from shaking the officer's hand was then transferred onto the victim's car. And this man spent 10 years in prison before he was exonerated off of DNA. Now, this is... think about it. I mean, come on. That's why people need to slow down when it's 100% guilty, everybody, because what if you were Mike Carver? What if you were Mark? I'm sorry. What if you were Mark Carver? Would you want somebody on the outside, like being Mark Carver? You know how he would have felt if he would have had all these people on YouTube screaming 100% guilty no matter what, because his DNA was at the scene. Shit happens, bro. That's why you always got to think about if it was you. Shit. Right here. Shout out Storm OZ. Appreciate you. So this is saying right here now, this is the story of the case. This is what took place. The guy was fishing with his cousin. Shook the officer's hand. The officer went to the vehicle, touched the vehicle. Boom. All of a sudden, he's convicted. When you only have 20 skills, there's 20 skin cells on a sheath. You have no victim's DNA in your car, your home, your office. Has anybody else, maybe when dudes getting arrested asking if somebody else was apprehended, maybe it's not somebody that was a co-defendant. Maybe it's somebody that it was like, yo, I know I didn't do this shit. You didn't get somebody else? Yeah, this is going to be a highlight too, because who knows about this even? You know, we did a highlight about the 2007 acquittal. I never saw anybody talking about that. I've never even heard of this one. You know what I'm saying? And this shit's important. I don't understand it. The 2007 acquittal video. If people saw that more, like, come on. And then this right here. These are two, like, if these two read throughs don't wake you the fuck up about what's going on in this Idaho 4 case and what these two, the acquittal in this, y'all need to slow down on this 100% fucking guilty. What if this shit was you? Man. So this was just getting to the part where they were taking the car to a secure garage and they processed it for fingerprints on May 5th and May 7th of 2008. So Mark Carver gave a formal statement that was written down by Detective Lloyd Addis of the Mount Holly Police Department on May 5th, 2008, and provided more detail about what he had seen on the river. He mentioned the jet ski riders as well as another boater that he had heard the man on the jet ski tell the man in the boat to call 911. He said he didn't know someone had passed until he heard about it on the news. At the time of Yarmolenko's passing, Carver was 39 years old and retired on medical disability. He had 2 arrests but no convictions for acts of violence, including an indictment in 2007 where he accidentally shot and wounded his son while they were wrestling. Investigators interviewed Carver and Cassida several times. Their suspicions aroused by the men's statements that despite their proximity to the crime scene, they didn't hear anything. In July, the police swabbed the car and the items used to unalive Yarmolenko for DNA evidence. This evidence was sent to the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigations, SBI, crime lab in Raleigh, where it was compared against buccal swabs taken in October from Carver and Cassida. On December 2008, the lab reported that it had been able to obtain a partial DNA profile from a swabbing near the rear door on the driver's side. The profile consisted of a mixture of several DNA profiles, the lab report said, but the predominant profile matched Carver. These 2 article read-throughs, yo, if these don't wake you up, the lab also reported it had obtained 2 profiles from the passenger door armrest and door glass. These profiles, the lab said, matched Cassida. Police arrested Cassida and Carver on December 12, 2008, charging both men with the unaliving and felony conspiracy to commit unaliving. In 2010, the crime lab with the Richland County Sheriff's Department in Columbia, South Carolina, performed additional DNA testing on the items used to strike Yarmolenko. Carver and Cassida were excluded as contributors. The SBI lab's testing had produced similar results. Cassida was to go to trial first, but he passed of a heart attack on October 10th, 2010, the day before his trial was to start. Wow. You don't think that was brought on from the shit that was coming, the stress? That's so sad to hear. Thank you, Yoli. I appreciate you so much. Little kitty. Appreciate you. Wow. You don't think that was brought on by the day before the trial was supposed to start? The dude passed of a heart attack. Carver's trial in Gaston County Superior Court began on March 14th, 2011. So he sat for 3 years. Wow. He was represented by Brent Ratchford with co-counsel David Phillips, who had represented Cassida. The state based its case on Carver's proximity to the crime scene. The DNA evidence in a statement Carver made to investigators after his arrest, where he appeared to say he knew Yarmolenko's approximate size and height. What? Maybe because Addis testified about his interactions with Carter. He said that he wrote down Carver's statement on May 15th because Carver told him that he didn't read or write very well. At the time Addis testified, Carver wasn't a suspect, but he had other officers later made several trips to the Catawba where they stood at Carver's fishing spot and the point where Yarmolenko's car was found. A prosecutor asked Addis, now while standing at the particular fishing spot, are you able to hear noises from the location where the victim's body was discovered? Addis said yes. A prosecutor asked Addis, now while standing at the particular fishing spot, are you able to hear noises from the location where the victim... Yes. Then the prosecutor asked, how could he be sure... Sorry, I'm still sick. Then the prosecutor asked how he could be sure, because Detective William Terry and I went down there and talking in a normal voice could hear from each other's location and toss small rocks into the water from each location, and you could hear it easily. This is some bullshit. Terry also testified about the results of the sound experiment, confirming Addis's account. In addition, he told jurors about items found in Yarmolenko's truck, including a camera that required film. Terry said the camera counter showed 2 pictures had been taken, but there was no film in the camera. Dude, if this is not like some PCA shit, like, yeah, the white car. Thank you so much, Tara. Keep it up. Oh, thank you so much. That's the prickly pear working out. Thank you, Tara. And I'll get to all your comments here after the read-through's done. You know, the white car was here and here and here and here and here and here. You know, investigators, how many vehicles did you start off with when you started looking at the vehicle? We started off with 19 to 22,000 vehicles. Yeah, that's where we started. Oh, okay. You're starting off with 19 to 22,000 vehicles. But yet you got the white vehicle going here to 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 here. Give me a break. That's what this sounds like in this fucking. Yeah, we you know, we talked normal and we could all hear each other and stuff, and we were even tossing rocks down in the river, and yeah, we could hear everything. 100%, absolutely, yes. Let's just, you know, let's just get all these little things, and let's just some Nancy Grace shit, right? Nancy Grace was doing all this shit. I'm going to do some Nancy Grace shit. I'm going to take all these little chunks and just kind of put it together and form a little ball, right? Like you're making a snowball. You get little parts of the snow off the lawn, getting it together, packing it up, you know, getting it nice and rounded. A snowball. You know, get it real packed up real good, you know. And plus, the camera's counter showed 2 pictures had been taken. But where's the film? Oh my gosh. Under cross-examination, Terry said he didn't know whether the camera worked and that he didn't know whether there were boats on the river or construction equipment operating when he and Addis listened for each other. See what I'm saying? Under cross-examination, they didn't know. They didn't know whether the camera worked. They didn't know if there were boats on the river or construction equipment operating. They didn't know. But yeah, we could hear each other. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Terry also testified about statements Carver made on December 12, 2008, after his arrest during an interview with Terry and FBI agent David Crow. What the hell happened today? You know what I mean? Ever since I woke up this morning, I felt like shit, and there's just shit coming out left and right today. And now this. If these 2 read-throughs don't wake you up, Idaho people that are 100% guilty, 100% guilty or not with BK, come on. Read them yourself. I put the links in the chat. Terry also testified about statements Carver made on December 12th, 2008, after his arrest. During an interview with Terry and FBI agent David Crow, who told Carver that he would be sent to death row if he didn't confess, Terry testified that Carver accurately described Yarmolenko's as being a little girl and that Carver stood up to show the officers how tall she was. On cross-examination, Terry acknowledged that Carver also said he might have seen pictures of Yarmolenko on the TV. Wow, it's amazing what you find out with cross-examination. It's amazing what you find out with cross-examination. I can't wait to hear the cross-examination of all this shit in the Idaho 4 trial, right? Terry was one of the first officers on the scene, and he testified about Yarmolenko's appearance. She was laying on her back with 3 things wrapped around. He said her body was wet, her clothing was wet, and it appeared her hair was wet as well. Detective Jim Workman, a crime scene technician with the Gaston County Police Department, testified that he was able to lift 13 fingerprints from Yarmolenko's car. He testified that only one of the prints was some of value. He was asked, question, were you able to compare it to any known samples? Answer, no, we were not. Question, so none of them were having enough ridge detail to actually be used for comparison purposes. A, that's correct. Question, answer. So question, so out of all the lifts that you lifted from the car, were you able to compare those prints to anyone? Answer, no, I was not. Question, you weren't even able to compare those fingerprints to, say, the defendant? Answer, no, I was not. Question, because they weren't of value? Answer, that's correct. Workman testified that he also analyzed fingerprints lifted from the car's interior by Detective J.D. Costner with the Mount Holly Police Department. Assistant District Attorney Stephanie Hamlin asked Workman, from looking at the lifts that Detective Costner provided, were any of them of value to be comparable to a known sample? No, they were not. On cross-examination, Workman was asked, of the 13 prints that you took out of the scene, that you took out there on the scene on May 5th, 2008, did you find Mark Carver's fingerprints anywhere out there? He responded, no, sir. On redirect, Workman again said he wasn't able to make any comparisons of the fingerprints. He was asked, so you have no idea whose fingerprints those were on the car? That's correct, he answered. Karen Winningham, a forensic scientist with the SBI, testified about her analysis of the DNA evidence collected by the sheriff's office in Gaston County. She testified that the evidence was so-called touch DNA, typically left after a person's touches a surface and leaves skin cells. Winningham testified that she was able to generate a partial profile from genetic material left above the driver's side rear door. Knife sheath? I found that it was consistent with a mixture, meaning there is more than one contributor, and the predominant profile matched to the DNA profile from Mark Carver, she said. Brian Kohberger. Winningham testified that her statistical analysis said that swabbing from the pillar above the driver's side rear door is approximately 126 million times more likely to be observed from Mark Carver than it came from another unrelated individual in the North Carolina Caucasian population. She testified similarly about the evidence collected on the window and on a front door armrest, tying that material to Casada. Winningham testified that Carver couldn't be excluded as a contributor to genetic material found on the seatbelt button in the rear passenger seat. Could not be excluded. Winningham also testified about the genetic material found on the items used to unalive Yarmolenko. She testified that Carver and Casada were excluded as contributors to the genetic material found on the ribbon and the bungee cord, and that Yarmolenko was identified as a contributor to the ribbon and drawstring and couldn't be excluded as a contributor to the bungee cord. She also said there were unidentified contributors to the ribbon and the bungee cord. During cross-examination, Winningham said that she did not think the DNA attributed to Carver was a result of tertiary transfer, meaning that person A came in contact with person B's DNA and then person A deposited that DNA on another surface. I'm not saying that this is not possible, but it is not probable, she said. Coffee cup, microphone stand, said it plenty of times. After the state rested, Carver's attorney moved to dismiss the unaliving conspiracy charges. Phillips said there was no evidence that Carter had unalived Yarmolenko or that tied him to the crime weapons. He said the fact that Neil Casada may have touched one side of the car, Mark Carver touched the other. Did they touch it at the same time? Did one touch it at 11 and another person touch it at 1? Hey, Neil, go look down here. Look what I saw. That doesn't prove the crime or unaliving somebody, Your Honor. It proves that they may have touched in the light most favorable to the state. They may have touched the car. What's the conspiracy? Assistant Director Attorney William Setzer said it was possible that Carver's and Casada's DNA had been washed away from the bindings after Yarmolenko was placed in the river and then drugged back. What the evidence did show is a very isolated place in a very short time period with two people there with their DNA present and near a recently unalived female. Judge Timothy Kincaid dismissed the conspiracy charge, but not the unaliving charge. Carver's attorney presented no witnesses in closing arguments. Stetzer finally put forth a motive for the unaliving. He told the jury he believed Yarmolenko took a photo of Carver and Casada doing something that they didn't want anybody to know about. The two men attacked her and then took film from the camera. The jury convicted Carver of first-degree unaliving on March 21st, 2011, and he was sentenced to life. And Carver appealed his conviction, arguing that Judge Kincaid erred in not dismissing the case based on insufficient evidence in a 2-1 decision. The North Carolina Court of Appeals affirmed the conviction on June 5th, 2012. The majority opinion said that the evidence against Carver was circumstantial but sufficient. The dissenting opinion by Justice Robert Hunter said that the touch DNA was less reliable than DNA testing using the red stuff or other bodily fluids. Hunter also said that touching a car was not evidence of committing a crime. There is no other evidence tying the defendant to the crime scene. As such, I cannot hold the substantial evidence of circumstances accompanies the defendant touch DNA on the victim's car to indicate such DNA could have only been left at the time the crime was committed, Hunter wrote. The North Carolina Center on Actual Innocence began representing Carver after the ruling. On December 8, 2016, Center attorneys Christine Mumma and Cheryl Sullivan filed a motion for appropriate relief asking that Carver be granted a new trial based on ineffective assistance of counsel and newly discovered evidence. The motion said that Ratchford and Phillips had failed to present evidence of Carver's intellectual limitations and that carpal tunnel syndrome that hindered his grip strength and made him physically incapable of committing the crime in the manner in which was perpetrated. Wow. And that's why he was on medical. Carpal tunnel syndrome that hindered his grip and strength made him physically incapable of committing the crime. It is also said that Ratchford had failed to present evidence contradicting the state's witnesses' testimony that sound traveled easily between Carver's location on the river and where Yarmolenko was found. Remember, they didn't even know if it was boats or construction equipment. The motion said that Ratchford had failed to adequately cross-examine Terry about Carver's interview and his description of Yarmolenko. The interview was videotaped, but it was Crow who made the first mention of Yarmolenko's height, telling Carver, let's go back to May when you were down there fishing at the lake, and you know why. I mean, the girl, your little girl, got unalived down there. Same day you were down there fishing. Your little girl. As part of discovery, Ratchford had been given a report that noted the camera's picture counter could be advanced even if there was no film in the camera, but he failed to ask Terry this question, which helped prosecutors put forth the theory that Carver and Cassida had unalived Yarmolenko over some photographs. Most importantly, the motion said Carver's defense team had failed to challenge the state on the touch DNA evidence. Ratchford had retained a DNA expert, but he did not call the expert to testify, and Ratchford would later say that the expert had told him the state's science was good. A year before the trial, a group known as the Scientific Working Group for DNA Analysis Methods published a paper on best practices for interpreting complex and incomplete DNA samples. If the SBI's lab had followed the working group's guidelines, according to a report included in the motion, the samples from the car and from Carver would have matched at only 2 points, and the results would have been reported as inconclusive. The motion said that although Carver's trial attorney essentially conceded that Carver touched the car, that was incorrect. Carver denied touching the car. The motion was later amended and included a claim that prosecutors had failed to turn over exculpatory evidence. A woman had told police in the early days of the investigation that she had seen a man running away from the river carrying a book bag, and he was wet with sweat or water. The information wasn't provided to the defense. What? Wow, this was not provided to the defense? During an evidentiary hearing in April 2019 before Judge Christopher Bragg of Gaston County Superior Court, Dr. Mayor Nuruddin, who had written the report re-examining the state's DNA findings, testified that Winningham had also given improper statistics on the probability that it was Carver rather than someone else who contributed the DNA. What she referred to as random match probability was wrong, he said. That is completely contrary to what the statistics are supposed to convey. Nuruddin said the random match probability conveys how likely or what is the random chance of finding a particular profile in the random population without reference to the actual individual. Nuruddin also testified that he had the DNA from the vehicle had been analyzed using the SWGDAM recommendations for interpretation of mixtures. None of the DNA would have tied to Carver or Cassida. At the evidentiary hearing, Workman testified about the fingerprint comparisons, but now said Carver and Cassida's fingerprints had been excluded from the prints of value lifted at the crime scene. Question: so the prints were compared to Mark Carver, is that correct? Answer: yes. Question: was that information ever disclosed at trial to your knowledge? Answer: not to my knowledge. Question: was it disclosed through your testimony when you were asked? Answer: not to my testimony that I can remember, ma'am. Question: and a comparison was made to Mr. Carver and Mr. Cassida, is that correct? Answer: an examination of the prints were made and no identification was made. Question: so did those prints have value? Answer: apparently so. Yes, ma'am. This contradicted his trial testimony where he said he had been unable to use any of the lifted prints to compare against known samples. The motion said Ratchford had this information and should have corrected the false testimony, but the state bore the responsibility for presenting it to the jury. Wow. Separately, two new witnesses testified at the hearing. Brothers James and John Beatty lived near the river and drove over there on May 5th, 2008 after they saw a life-saving boat on the water. They found Carver at their fishing spot, and he didn't seem wet, disheveled, or flustered. James Beatty said that about a year later, he and his brother met Stetzer at the river. John stayed at the fishing spot. James and Stetzer went to where the car had been in an effort to determine what could be heard. He was hollering back up there, and we were hollering back at him, but we could not understand each other, James said. His brother also testified about this experiment. James Beatty was subpoenaed as a state's witness at the trial but never testified. Carver's attorneys were unaware of this experiment. This stuff is so, these two read-throughs are so, Emily's, the other read-through, Ann Taylor's 2017 acquittal, it'll be connected to this one, and I'll have the description in chat. Like, this stuff is so eerily similar to frickin' Idaho 4. Shout out Storm OZ. The state's witness at the evidentiary hearing included a forensic scientist from the SBI lab who pushed back against Noureddin's findings. Mackenzie DeHaan testified that the working group's 2010 report contained only guidelines, not regulations, and they have very specifically stated that they are not meant to be applied retroactively because you have to perform new validation studies in order to incorporate some of the changes. The analysis that Winningham performed was good DNA science at the time it was conducted based on the equipment and validation studies that the lab used, she said. Following the court hearing, Carver's attorneys again amended their motion for relief. It said the prosecutors had failed to disclose the evidence about the hearing test done by the Beatties. The Beatties' testimony at the hearing indicates that Mr. Stetzer knew at the time of the trial that the testimony from Detective Terry and Addis that they could hear each other talking in a normal voice was false. The motion said, of course, they couldn't even understand each other. And they didn't even know if there were boats or construction equipment. I mean, come on. During the evidentiary hearing, that the defense also claimed the state misled the jury when police and prosecutors described Yarmolenko's body as wet, which allowed them to argue that Carver's DNA had been washed away. None of the police reports mentioned this fact. The amended motion said the Carver's trial attorney should have spotted this problem, but that the state bore responsibility for this misrepresentation. On June 5th, 2019, Judge Bragg granted Carver's motion for a new trial based on ineffective assistance of counsel and the new evidence contained in Noureddin's report. He did not find that the state failed to turn over the exculpatory evidence or committed misconduct at a trial. In his ruling, Judge Bragg said that Carver's defense team had failed to investigate and obtain Carver's medical records and have him undergo a psychological evaluation, which would have revealed his physical and intellectual limitations. Evidence of Mr. Carver's intellectual disabilities would be relevant regarding statements he made during his questioning. By SBI Special Agent Crow, Bragg said. Most importantly, Bragg said that Carver's attorney failed to adequately prepare to challenge the state on the DNA evidence. His only consultation with experts was extremely limited, Bragg said, although the attorney wasn't required to investigate every possible defense. Bragg said he was required to not cede the ground so quickly. The DNA evidence in this case is linchpin and basis of Mr. Carver's conviction for first-degree unaliving. The state has argued strenuously and pointed out repeatedly that the SWGDAM 2010 report itself states the revised guidelines are not intended to be applied retroactively, Bragg said. However, the facts are that Mr. Carver is serving life in prison without parole based on the DNA match of the door panel, and the testing analysis and interpretation of that item is doubtful at best based on advances in the testing, analysis, and interpretation of DNA mixtures. Carver was released from prison on a $100,000 bond in June 11, 2019, and required to wear an ankle monitor. The state appealed Judge Bragg's ruling, but the North Carolina Court of Appeals dismissed the appeal on April 20th, 2021, writing that the state couldn't appeal a motion granting a new trial based on ineffective assistance of counsel. The North Carolina Supreme Court denied the state's petition for discretionary review on November 1st, 2021. The next day, Carver's attorneys filed a motion to dismiss the case. A judge later set a hearing for August 16th, 2022. On August 12th, 2022, Gaston County District Attorney Travis Page, who took office in 2021, dismissed the charges against Carver. Page's filing said, upon a retesting and re-examination of the physical evidence, there is no longer sufficient DNA evidence to support the charge. Carver celebrated the dismissal, removing the electronic monitor that he had worn around his ankle for the past 3 years. Mumma said in a statement, "We are appreciative of the professionalism shown by the district attorney Page since he took office last year. Justice has finally been served for Mark Carver and Neil Cassida. If all the evidence had been accurately presented to the jury at the time of Mark's trial, Mark would have never been convicted, and Mr. Cassida may have not passed away on the eve of his trial. Both men are innocent, as they always have proclaimed." Shout out to District Attorney Page for doing what you're supposed to do, sir or ma'am. But sir, Travis, shout out to you. Damn. Wow. And that's what I'm saying. Neil Cassida passed away from a heart attack the day before his trial. Could this have been brought on from that? That's so sad. What an article. Again, here's the link. Wow. I know it was a big read through. Man, that was crazy.
And where's the 47